The university are two things: the physical structures and the essence of the university. I would like to be able to bequeath a set of physical structures that is beautiful, that is integrated, that is green. That I believe that where students learn, where faculty teach and do research, should show the importance that education is to society. I also believe that the university are three things: the production of scholars, innovations, and inventions. And I think those are the three aspects of university life that I would like to live after 5 years of being Vice Chancellor.
Hello. Thousands of protesters stormed the streets of Tunis, the capital of Tunisia, demanding the resignation of the country's president. They want President Kais Saied to resign because of the country's deepening political and economic crisis. Mr. Saied came into power in 2021 with the support of the people, but recent frustrations on the political and economic fronts have led to this turn of events. Yesterday's protest happened exactly 12 years after Tunisians forced the former dictator Ben Ali into exile, which triggered the Arab Spring. Tunisia is having difficulty importing basic goods due to rising debt. So far, the government has not obtained an international bailout. With problems getting coffee, milk, and sugar, a protester told the AFP news agency, Tunisia is going through the most dangerous time in its history. In Nigeria, the governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Soludo, has called on President Muhammadu Buhari to release the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He made the call yesterday at APGA National Campaign launch in Dr. Alex Ekweme Square in Awka. He said that the discussion on the insecurity in the Southeast will only be complete with the presence of Nnamdi Kanu. He also offered to be Nnamdi Kanu's shorty. Let's listen to him.
And I now want to appeal and plead and request and demand of the federal government and our Able President, led by the Able President Buhari, that a critical person required around that table for that conversation to be complete, for us to have an all-round approach to dealing with the issue of insecurity and discussing about the future of the Southeast. That person, and we need him urgently around the table, please him to us, and that is Nnamdi Kanu. I'm calling on the federal government to please release Nnamdi Kanu.
It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 10:30 a.m. in New York City, 5:30 p.m. in Johannesburg, South Africa, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you are watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onuma, is on assignment. Joining us today on 90 Minutes Africa is Professor Bolaji Aluko. For those who do not know Bolaji Aluko, let me introduce you to him.
Well, my name is Bolaji Aluko. I'm a professor of chemical engineering at Howard University. I've been in the United States since 1978, December 31 to be exact.
Okay.
I've lived in California, New York before I came to Howard University to start teaching in 1984.
Okay.
Done sabbatical stints at Seattle,
Okay.
University of Washington in Seattle, and also in University of Maryland, College Park.
All right. Professor Bolaji Aluko was a former professor of chemical engineering at Howard University. He later served as the inaugural vice chairman. No, sorry. He later served as the inaugural vice chancellor of the Federal University of Technology, Otuoke, in Bayelsa State. Last month, he was appointed a special advisor to the governor of Ekiti State on infrastructures and utility. Professor Aluko, welcome to.
Thank you very much, Rudolph, the only reindeer south of the Sahara.
Thank you so much for joining us. It's an honor to have you. It's been a while. We didn't see much of you since you left America. And,
well, I've been busy in mother country and mother state.
Very good, very good. That's why we want to talk to you, because you were part of us and you were very active, not just like any other person here. And we want to know how it has been for you. I mean, going to Nigeria and participating in our country. What will you say? We can't hear you. Professor Aluko. All right. So we just started and we have technical problem. Let's watch a video while we fix what's going on.
And the gubernatorial
Vote by.
Yeah.
What is your own take on this?
Listen, we are still evolving as a democracy in Nigeria. We do not have an ideal democracy. I'm not thoroughly happy about the democracy we have in Nigeria. Party politics is still not funded by membership. It is funded by a few people who then make decisions. And sometimes it is sometimes pejoratively called a cabal, sometimes pejoratively called a system.
Can you hear me, Professor Aluko?
Yes, I can.
Okay, very good, very good. Thank you so much. So I wanted you to tell us how your experience has been like being in Nigeria and trying to contribute in Nigeria.
Well, you mean my experience as in the government in Nigeria?
Yes, as vice. Let's start from Vice Chancellor. You
Vice
were
Chancellor.
there.
Well, okay.
Yes.
Well, first, let me say that my experience has been conditioned by my pre-experience before I got into this job. As you know, I was a critic in many respects of how things should be done, how government should run, how universities should be run, and so on. So, given the opportunities to put my mouth I had to go back to many of the things I had said to be sure that I was had fidelity to those things. So, for example, when I became Vice Chancellor of the university, one of the first things
All right. We're having technical
governance.
Okay.
To let the staff know that we are there for the students and that we are in loco parentis to the students and that the comfort of the students was what was essential to the university. And that students should be treated as adults, and students should respect the faculty, or that is the staff, and the staff should also be empowered to and finally that administrative staff
All right, this is part of the technical problems we encounter sometimes when we talk to people in Nigeria. Somehow we don't encounter that when we talk to people in other African countries.
Okay. Am I back?
Go ahead. Yeah, you're back. Good.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. You're back. Yeah.
Rudolph, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you. Professor Aluko, we can hear you. All right. So I don't think he can hear us, but we can hear him.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you, Professor Aluko. We can hear you. All
Hello,
right.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So I'll quickly just to say that students are center of the university, and as adults who need to be respected and ensure that they graduate as quickly as possible. An environment that allows the teachers or the staff to do research and teach, and just a public university that is as good as any private university. In fact, that was one big university does not make us inferior. That the fact that we're a public university does not make us inferior to a private university. I mean, University of California is a public university. Stanford is a private university, but they all have same stature.
Very
so
good.
That was the what I brought to the university environment.
All right. We're still having a lot of difficulties.
Or to government, just as in the university, the students should be the center of activity. In governance, I believe that the people
we apologize for those who are watching. We will try to reconnect with him. And this is a very important conversation, especially for Nigerians in the diaspora. We want to hear from him what it's like to go back and contribute. What are the challenges for those who might be thinking in that direction? What should they care about? What should they worry? Also, we're going to get into what's going on in the country, the politics, what he thinks about the candidates, and what he thinks about the direction of the country.
So I was just saying that in governance, just as in university, that the students are the center of governance. In government, the people should be the center of governance. And once you have
all right, the issue continues. Incidentally, he's in Ekiti State. He's a special advisor to the governor on utilities and infrastructure. So we will see if he just got that appointment last month. So we'll see if this kind of internet problem will be solved by the time he's done as a director. Because we can imagine the possibilities in Africa or in Nigeria, if we have basic basic amenities like internet that is reliable and affordable, and electricity too. That would transform that society. So we want to hear Professor Aluko, who we believe is one of us who went back to contribute. We want to hear what he's been able to achieve and the challenges he encountered or he's encountering, so that those of us who might be interested in following his path will know what to expect. While we wait for him to reconnect, let's watch a little bit of his previous interviews.
There's no doubt about it that because the party is funded by a very few people, they then decide that, the major decisions of the party will be very heavily influenced by them. Okay? And what that does, it relegates a lot of...
Let's try again. I think he's been able to reconnect. Professor Aluko, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. Nice to have you back. I was actually telling our audience that you are in charge of utilities, infrastructure and utilities. Maybe by the time you are done with that, you'll fix this one for us.
Yeah. Infrastructure.
At least,
yes. So I just very quickly said, university, you do student-centered governance, and in government, you do a people-centered governance. And once you put the people who are expecting you, who are the essence of the place, you cannot go wrong if you indeed make sure that you are accountable to those very people.
Okay, very good. Now, let's look at the bigger picture before we come back to what you did and the role you are playing currently. In under 40 days, Nigeria will have an election, and they will elect a president who will be in charge of the country for 4 years. How do you see the politics and the politicians and the campaign?
Did I hear? Was that a question?
Yes. I'm saying I want to know what you think about the campaign so far, the politicians. How, in one interview, you said that our democracy is not yet where it should be. How do you assess the democracy, the way you've seen this campaign going? Can you hear me?
I didn't. No,
you didn't hear me?
Go ahead. No, I can hear you now.
Okay, I was saying the election that is going to happen in 40 days. How do you assess the campaign and the politicians? How do you think they are doing?
Well, every time a election comes around in Nigeria, there's always a what do they call it? They always say, this is a do or this is another one of those.
The one that will change everything. Yeah.
Yes. And there's always a concern, and you actually find some people leaving the country. Some people are already. They won't tell you. They will just leave, and they say they are going for some medical checkup, and they don't come until after a month after the second set of elections. I know my people. But we will be here, we'll be here to contend with them. I was here in the 2019 election. I was here in the 2015 election. Actually, I was a residential. You remember?
INEC,
INEC. As Vice Chancellor, I was INEC residential for Delta State. I announced the presidential election.
I remember now, yeah. So you can tell us a lot about how these things go.
Yes. So I've been on the ground as a voter. I've been on the ground as a residential electoral officer. So this one too will come and go. Nigeria is a fairly resilient country. It will come and go. But this one is going to be fairly interesting because there are 4 major contenders. We we always do as if it's only the presidential election that matters, but really there are presidential, there are
governorship elections and National Assembly.
So the presidential is a foursome. Well, but I will also put a fivesome. I like to put our friend Omoyele Sowore as the fifth one. You know, I don't want us to forget Omoyele as the fifth person. You know, so he's diaspora. He's our friend. So we have Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We have Atiku Abubakar. We have Peter.
Now, incidentally, next Sunday, Sowore will be here on this show to give us his closing arguments for this election while we wait for the internet to reconnect Professor Aluko. All right. This is going to be quite a challenge. I hope we get it fixed because we have a lot of questions for him, and he has insights that will be very useful to us and everybody who is watching. Let him. I'll ask him to reconnect, and while we wait for him, let's continue to listen to this interview where he actually laid down his concerns.
And position seekers. That is not good enough. That is not democracy. That is not ideal democracy. I'm looking to the day when 90% of the funds used by the party, is funded by the members of the party.
All right. I think he's back.
Yeah, so I'm back. I like your POF interjections because they
I had to prepare for that.
Yeah. No, they said, you know, that was almost a 2-hour or 3-hour interview, and when I was called into that play, I didn't know. I thought it was going to be 30 minutes, and it was 2 hours, and they raked me through all the calls.
That's the kind of thing we do here. We keep people here for 3 hours.
and they had several sessions of it. There was nothing left for me to say. Yeah, anyway, but so as I was saying, there are 5 and 13 others. Luckily, there has been no electoral violence, so that is very good. You know, there has been no significant electoral violence. The only violence we've seen has been against INEC itself, and most of that has been in the southeast. And those have been isolated too. It's not as if it is broad, but violence among parties has been very reduced. There has been a lot of talk between candidates, especially their supporters, you know, about age, about corruption, about all of that. But that's, you know, politics is part theater. Okay, so all of that is part of the game. I mean, those of us who have lived in the West for a long time, the political period is always the most exciting, and you see people accuse each other of all kinds of things. So, but once there's no violence, I mean, then that is really an exciting time. So I'm looking forward to a good election, a good turnout. I believe they have now released the voters register to all the political parties. That's a good step. Actually, they had in earlier elections too, they had released the list, because I had a CD of the voters register for 2001, I believe for 2015. And it was the same voter register that was used for 2015 that was used for 2019, which should not have been the case. But there wasn't significant new registration recorded. there was new registration, but there was no recorded, there was no addition between 2015 and 2019. But the 2023 one, I think has been well revised. Dead people have been removed and so on. So I think this will be authentic. And the fact that there will be both BVAS and I think there's another step they're using now, will make the elections a little bit more authentic. But we live to see.
Mm. So based on what you saw in 2015 and 2019, do you think there is any difference in this current season? Have you seen in terms of the campaign?
Yes. I took part in the Ekiti gubernatorial elections, in which they used BVAS, and I saw the impact. Before, rigging used to be done using the register. Now that can be done. It is done using the registered voters, that is the PVC owners, and then the people who attend on that day. So there are now three things. There are the registration, there are those who collect the PVC collection, and then there are those who show up on that day. And the total votes cannot exceed the number of those who show up in a given polling unit. The two reasons why a resident agent or electoral resident agent can, on the spot, cancel an election, two things. If the number of voters recorded exceed the number of those who show up. That's one. And two, if there are two people who must sign every sheet, the INEC officer and another officer who is not INEC. And when I was in Bayelsa, I canceled a local government election because a second agent did not show up. I accepted the results, but I did not add it to the other results. And that was upheld by INEC because the guy who went on his own, did not carry the resident agent along, brought the results in, and he said he couldn't find that other guy. And we said that's not good enough. So there are some checks and balances.
Mm. In that video I was playing, you were talking about buying votes.
Yes.
I think concerns about that. Is there anything that changed in that?
Well, let me tell you again. I was involved in the Ekiti elections, and no one can say money was not used. I cannot say that. Okay. But I know that even in advanced democracies, the day before election, 2 days of election, on election day, you must mobilize your agents to go from somewhere to somewhere. I mean, in the US, a situation where the lines are very long and they say you need to buy water for the old guys so that they don't faint. You need to use a bus to carry them from somewhere to somewhere. Of course, you are not giving them money by hand to vote for you, but you need to spend money to ensure something happens. Now, inducement, I do not believe that 1.7 million people, each one of those people get 500 naira, 1,000 naira to vote for a particular party. Now, some people may come out with the hope that they will get something. So the expectation of getting some money, some appreciation for coming out, may get some people out. But that will not make a particular party win because they have been given 500 naira, 1,000 naira. So first, I believe that parties have to spend money the day before election or election day for logistics, even of their own agents and of those that they hope will come and vote for them who do not have their own personal wherewithal to come and vote. That's number one. And number two, that even if there are people who are induced, I think they are marginal to the voting margin.
Okay, so the issues in this election,
yes,
there are some issues like personal issues about the candidates.
Yeah.
I want to know what you think about that. Things like the health of the candidates.
Yes.
There are issues about their biography.
Yes.
So do an assessment for us, the way you used to do it on Nigeria World and all the other places. And start with Bola Tinubu, and then you go to Atiku and Obi. And
I will start with, first let me tell you that all of these 5 candidates that I mentioned, except Rabiu Kwakwanso, I know them personally. And when I say I know them personally, it is what I mean is that they will see me and recognize me. You know, it's one thing to know somebody and you say you know them.
Yeah.
It's another thing for you to pass them and they won't know you, you know. So let me first establish that Bola Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and Omoyele Sowore, I know them personally. That's number one. Omoyele Sowore, we were in Diaspora together. When Sahara Reporter was being established, I was one of his boosters and advisors on it. We were sued together.
Yes.
You know, so we are in the trench. We were in the trenches together. Atiku Abubakar, if there's any politician I've gotten any money from ever before, he is the only one that at one time gave me $6,000 to travel between the US and back to Nigeria and back, because he had read an article I wrote on how to stop corruption, how to stop electoral rigging. And he wanted me to come and discuss it with his, he was running under APC at that point. I think he had the APC and ANPP.
Yeah.
So I came to Lawal and one other professor were involved. So I came and he insisted that I come. In fact, at one point I did not want to go. He called me again and asked Jennifer, his wife then, to send money to me so that I could come. Peter Obi, I got to know him when he was governor of Anambra through my friend, Professor Aniebonam. Went to him, so I know him personally a number of times. I've left the last to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is a friend. I know him. He's competent. We were in the trenches together in the pro-democracy. He was in NADECO, and I was president of the Nigerian Democratic Movement. Even before he moved from Nigeria to London to the US, we had been interacting. When he was in Nigeria before he left for the US, he was instrumental in ensuring that Jesse Jackson was allowed into Nigeria. He was one of those who I appealed to him to let Jesse Jackson come, because Jesse Jackson was going to be stoned when Clinton sent him to Nigeria to try and interact with Abiola in prison. And the pro-democracy movement did not want Jesse Jackson to come. And my Nigerian Democratic Movement pleaded with the NADECO in Nigeria at that point And between himself, Beko Kuti, and Ahmed Tinubu, they were able to plead for Jesse Jackson to come. I had not met Tinubu personally then. I just called him on the phone and explained to him, and he made sure that Jesse Jackson was received by the pro-democracy movement. In London, when he went on exile in London, myself, Beko Kuti, and Kayode Fayemi met with Tinubu. That was the point when we started the Yoruba movement. Okay, so I was involved in that. We had the first Yoruba memo or Yoruba agenda written. He was involved in that. And then when he came over to the US, where for the longest time I interacted with him, I knew him personally. I knew his democratic credentials, and so that's how I know them. In terms of health, look, all of us are. I'm talking about 1993. In fact, when I remember, I am 67, going 68 now. I'll be 68 in April. When I even think of that, I remember when I was 21 and I was 30. 1993 is a long time ago, 1994, when I got to know Tinubu for the first time. Okay, so he's grown much older than I knew him. Okay, so he may not be as agile as he was. Okay, but some of the things that they say, maybe his handshakes or something, is that he has always been like that. Okay, he's not a footballer. Let's put it that way. You know, but he knows how to use people. But again, I'm not here to campaign for him. I'm just simply here to let you know that any assessment I have is based on primary knowledge. Atiku is a person who is very, he's very respectful. He's very respectful of intellectuals, and he knows how to deploy intellectuals very well. You know, he knows how to deploy intellectuals very well. Peter Obi, to some extent.
All right, we lost him briefly. I think he will reconnect, and we want to continue the conversation. I plead with people who are already in the studio. Thank you for joining us. We will have this conversation for another 22 minutes, and then we'll get you all involved in this. So bear with us. All right. So he's back.
Yeah. I just wanted to be sure that I went to connect it to the so charger. That it does it. Yeah. So Peter Obi, charger. Yeah. Peter Obi is a very frugal, very determined young man. I think he'll make a good president if only he could have enough structures to go ahead.
And what about, of course,
our friend Showore? If there was going to be any radical change in Nigeria, it is a person like Showore who will bring it about. That is a radical change. But one does not know whether a country like ours is ready for a radical change. I'm hoping that it will continue. He will continue to make his case, but not relent, and at some point show the world that he can work with others to make a difference. You know. So, but let's leave it that way for now.
All right. So based on what you just described, I think I could say that you know Tinubu more than anybody else, any of these candidates. You know him fairly well for a while now, and without picking on him as I said, based on what you just said, I think you know Tinubu more than any other candidate. More.
I didn't hear you well.
Okay, I'm saying that based on what you just said about these candidates, I think you know Tinubu more than you know any of the other 4 candidates.
Yeah, it will be, the order will be Tinubu, Sowore, Atiku, Obi, and Kwakwaso, not at all.
Okay, all right. So let's just look at Tinubu, because also he's the leading candidate. We can say he's the candidate for the major the government in power. So when you listen to him speak, now at campaign events, what do you hear?
Well, I attended the OPS, Organized Private Sector meeting in Abuja in December. No, in October, because I traveled to the US October 30. I think it was October 28 or 29. I mean, I was at his OPS. So it isn't, I just don't talk about media, social media recordings and so on. So I was live. And as he was entering, I shook hands with him. He has been to Ekiti State when he came to show himself to the Oba and so on. So my interaction with him during this period transcends just social media. Okay? That's the first thing I want to indicate. He is not the smoothest talker. Okay? He is not the smoothest talker. He talks in some staccato fashion. Okay?
Mm-hmm. All right. So I think he's frozen again. We'll wait for him. Okay. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. He talks in some staccato fashion. And I actually believe that somewhere in his brain, he translates Yoruba into English before he speaks.
Okay. Because we want to, it's good you are telling us this, because we want to understand what's going on, because we, most people, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I believe that somewhere, and this is always how he has been. I believe that somewhere he translates Yoruba into English, because you can see some idioms that he uses that if you were to say them in Yoruba, they will make perfect sense. Okay. So all the other issues that they say, I believe some of them are just attempts at demarketing. But I believe that he should prepare his
Professor Aluko, can you hear me? All right, let me play a few clips of Tinubu speaking. Maybe Professor Aluko will help us explain what's going on in these places when he comes back.
But nobody will give all of you any credit. You are working hard, you are sweating now. We want you to sweat well for this party until you deliver victory. Until Bola Tinubu became the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Yes, sir. We will not give you but a slight clap or a soaked slice of bread.
All right. Welcome back.
Yeah. So you hear some of those these things and attempt at humor. Okay? Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you. Yeah. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, attempt at humor. Attempt at humor with translations that are not what you are not English language humor. Okay, so that's what it is. Okay, the clip that you just said, for example, if he said it in Yoruba, it will be extremely funny.
Okay.
Okay.
So there are some that are more like for even in engineering, as an engineering professor, let me show you this and see what you think about this, because it's about science and maybe you can say engineering too. Let me play this and see what you think. Hold on, let me find it. Yeah. Okay, yeah, this. There are talks about making
anybody who can own gun, who can handle gun, who can cock gun and clean the chamber and cock and shoot is technically competent to repair a tractor in the farm.
All right, so I studied engineering, agricultural engineering at Futakure. I hear some of the things he says that scientifically, like how is it that someone who can cock a gun, is technically able to repair a tractor? I'm just using that as an example. I know you are an engineer, and so but there are some things that he says that are beyond translation. Like when he talked about connecting electricity from corn, there are something beyond translation. Don't you think so? Can you hear us? Professor Aluko. Professor Aluko, can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me. All right. Can you hear me? Professor Aluko. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to I'll reach out to him through another means, and then but while we wait for that to happen,
Democratic party politics is, to me, that's number one. We don't have that yet. The other issue is the secrecy of the ballot. That has not been fully established yet. It is the lack of the secrecy of the ballot that even allows any discussion about vote buying. Okay, that's what allows the issue, the discussion of vote buying. Now, you can, till tomorrow or the day after, you can still tell somebody that if you vote for me, I'll give you money. And then the guy goes and says, then you win. And say, I voted for you. Now, if you have no way of finding out whether he voted for you or not, and you give him money for voting, that's your problem. But if you have a situation where we permit somebody to thumbprint, then show you that he's giving you money, and then you want to win. Okay, I'm not making that accusation of anybody, but we have to say something may have occurred. How could it occur at all? Okay, if we want to prevent that, then we have to all agree on the secrecy of the ballot. So if we have politics, party politics, owned truly by members, if we have secrecy of the ballot, you will see a situation where the democratic ideals will be better approximated, and leaders will sit up. See, if you don't have party politics funded by people, then representatives will pander to that cabal or to that system rather than to the people who elect them. And if you have the secrecy of the ballot, then the people who are elected will know, if I don't do well, there's nobody who will protect me except the people who are going to vote. So that's my own broad view about this. I do not believe that anybody won this election purely because of money spent. Okay, I do not believe so. If you look at the numbers and so on, it's not as if every one of those was given 5,000 or 10,000 or this. It is possible that the promise of money brought some people out who would not have come out to vote. And even those who voted one way or the other may not have gotten a penny. But the fact that they heard that people were being given money, they came out and voted. But I believe that in every election cycle, especially if INEC continues along this path of beavers, of voting, of being accredited, of accrediting and voting at the same time, and of reducing the distance between when you thumbprint and when you drop the ballot into a box. That's really what it is. I mean, if you have people thumbprint behind a curtain, and even before they get out of that curtain, drop the ballot into a ballot box, so that they can't show anybody that ballot paper, then the secrecy will be maintained, and then there will be no issues of vote buying. I mean, Nigeria has a way of finding out some other way of doing things, but at least those two things will have been maintained here.
People of the fountain.
All right, so we are trying to reconnect with Professor Aluko. We haven't been able to do that, and we will keep trying. And I know that I promised that in the next 7 minutes I will get the audience involved. If we cannot, we can begin a conversation where we continue to see how we can reconnect with him. But in the meantime, let me play a video of another interview where he talked about life in the United States and going home to contribute. I think it's an important aspect of the conversation we want to have today. Okay, just a minute.
Who are educated, who also know how this country ticks.
Right.
So, because I will tell you that there are many immigrants who come, sorry, and don't really know how the country ticks. You know, you really have to study the system and say what makes this country tick, so that if you need to impact elsewhere, you can convey those good things and eliminate those bad things in the society that work against the country.
Thank you.
For the rally we did yesterday, we have 1,000 members of the committee that look after different affairs of the organization. And we did not relent. We finished yesterday. We need to rest at least today, but we say we have no rest because we promised Ashwaju for the support group only 1 million votes, and the government and the party and the rest will have another 2 million votes for Tinubu. So we want to keep to that promise. That's why we are not relenting. What happened actually this morning, Her Excellency,
was what hoodlums who just attacked the residents of Ikenga Imo Ogochinyere. The PDP has a fresh candidates for either north and south. As you can see, all the vehicles of Ikenga Imo Ogochinyere has been vandalized by these hoodlums. It's actually quite unfortunate that we lost some colleagues in this fight, but to the glory of God, I was able to survive. Please, we're actually inviting the international community to please come to the rescue of Ikenga Imo Ogochinyere. As it stands now, we don't know his whereabouts. As it stands now, as we can see, billions of naira, as you can see, the buildings are gradually going down. Please, why this 14th January again this year? It's also quite unfortunate. Please, I actually call on the international community to come on the rescue of Ikenga Imo Ogochinyere. This young man has done absolutely nothing. Oh yeah, Ungo. For that, it's quite unfortunate. We lost this young man. Discourse.
All right. We don't seem to. We haven't been able to reconnect with Professor Aluko. What we're going to do now is we are going to bring some of our. Oh, okay. All right. Good. I'm beginning to wonder. Okay.
Yes, I was able to unblock my phone.
Okay. Very good.
The other phone, and this is a sharper camera.
Okay, this is sharper. Yeah. Now we can see the former Vice Chancellor and senior advisor to Ekiti.
This is my Christmas present phone.
Wow.
The most expensive toy I've ever bought for myself, ever.
Oh, you bought it for yourself. I thought you were going to say that one of your kids bought it for you.
No, I could have told that lie, but I bought it for myself.
That's okay. Nice to have you back. Thank you so much.
Anyway.
So before you went off, you were trying to explain. I played the video about
yeah. Well, Rudolph, I'm in a number of platforms where the narrative, the incessant narrative, has been about the health of Tinubu, as if that is a disqualifying issue. Anybody in this TikTok age, anybody can have a video played and slowed or speeded up, and it will sound as if you are either slurring or so on. Okay? So I can play a video of Rudolph, just 90% what the speed at which you were speaking, and it will look as if you have just had a kai to drink. So those are not the issues right now.
Okay. I think you have.
Let every candidate put on paper what he wants to do. Let every candidate put out there the team he wants to accomplish it. Let every candidate what he has done. You know, for you to be voted for, you must have a past, you must have a present, and you must have a future. The past are your accomplishments. The present is your manifesto and your team and your vision. Okay? And the future is that implementation strategy and the team with which you want to implement it. Most of the other things, how you were born, where you were born, up until when Jesus Christ was assassinated, there were people who were still saying, is that not the son of Joseph the carpenter? I am sure that there were people in Nazareth calling him a bastard because they did not know who his father was. There are many people of privilege who say, oh yeah, I'm...
We will stand by and as much as possible what we can get from listening to Professor Aluko. We will. Go ahead.
We can hammer upon it, but at the end of the day, how many Nigerians are hearing of all of these things? So they can go on, but let every candidate show his past accomplishments in what he wants to do, his present team and vision, and future, the implementation team, and let the people decide.
Okay, let's move away from that. I want to talk about something else that I think if we have what they call exit polling will be something that will come out of it, which is what probably was driving people to vote on that day. And it's going to be something about the religious aspect of this election. The issue of Muslim ticket is out there, is playing out. We've had some pastors saying things, and it's more like politics has gone into religion. I want to know what you think about that. Are you concerned? Because we are,
yes,
for most people who listen to this, it's not just about this current election season. What happens in 4 years from now, 8 years from now? What do you think? I want to hear your view.
Yes, look, any marriage or any partnership has inherent problems, right?
Mm-hmm.
A male president and vice president has its own problems. North and South has its own problems. Muslim, Christian have their own problems. Nigeria is fraught with religious sentiments. And the norm in Nigeria is to have North-South partnership with Christian, non-Christian balance. There's no doubt about that. That is the norm. Okay? But even in our own lifetime, those norms in presidential elections have been broken. Right? I mean, Awo had a Christian ticket. Abiola had a Muslim ticket. Okay? Most of the tickets have been Muslim, Christian, Muslim. So what makes this one different? What makes this one different is because it looks as if it is the most likely to win. It is not the Muslim, this is not the Muslim ticket issue. Okay, because we've had it before.
Some people are saying that that what makes this one different is also that when Buhari's 7 years in office raised the tension in this alliance of divide, and that people are more conscious of that, people are more afraid of that than before. Don't you think so?
I can assure you that Buhari, look, I'm a member of APC. Okay, I'm a member of APC. I would not fully tell you that I believe that President Buhari fulfilled fully the APC agenda. The Buhari manifesto and the APC manifesto were not completely aligned. Okay? And so those are things that we still need to ensure that we correct. But again, the people have to make a decision. I can assure you that if Tinubu had not chosen a Muslim vice president, a lot of people will have believed that it was a plot to ensure that the person who was the northern ticket, who had a person at the northern ticket at the top, that was a plot to make sure he won. I can assure you of that. That they would have said, you see, they know that Tinubu chose a weak northern vice president so that Atiku would win. I'm sure of that. It would have been a completely different narrative because there is no assurance that Tinubu will win now. But if he had chosen a northern Christian, I can almost assure you, 95%, I can't say 100%, because nothing is ever sure, that he would, the likelihood of him winning. And who is it that they will have chosen? Is it Babachir? Is it, because I keep asking, okay, you're saying that they should have chosen a northern Christian. Tell me who that person is. Is it Babachir? Is it the guy who has crossed over?
The former speaker. What about the former speaker?
Oh, yeah, the Dogara who has problems even in his own. Dogara comes from a minority of minority in his own state, and he has problems in his own local government, and he has crossed from PDP to APC back to PDP. Clearly an unstable person, unstable, at least APC politician. So the decision, if Tinubu was to be the candidate, okay, then it is very clear right from the beginning. If Tinubu had not been the candidate, if it was my governor Fayemi or the vice president, Rashibajo, then it would have been a northern Christian who would be, northern Muslim who would be the vice president, and would be okay. And I don't know, it may have won, but provided it was Tinubu who is the candidate of APC, it was bound to be a Muslim ticket. And the APC has beaten that bullet, and let the people decide. Those who are not members of APC have no reason to be worried about us. So let them be in their party and beat us to it. And those who are in APC who are not happy, like Babachi, they have moved to the other parties or they have gone cold. In February we'll see whether the decision has been made or not. That was good.
Now, okay, another factor in this election is the power shift to the south.
That's for me is cannot be questioned. That's why I do not even see why Atiku should be running at all. The power shift to the south should not be it should not be questioned. Should not be questioned.
Okay, so why is that? Because the people who support, who think it's not important, are also saying that we should be developed enough where the best person should just win, that there shouldn't be something reserved for people.
Let me tell you, nobody has reserved anything for anybody. There are candidates in the north. Look, maybe I should state it this way. Presidential candidates are party-based. They're not region-based. The parties decide who will be their candidate based on who they believe within their candidate, within their party, is most likely to win. Okay? And you can only choose from your members. Okay? So APC has to choose from its members. PDP has to choose from its members. ADC has to choose, and so on. It will be foolhardy for any party to simply choose a member, a person from their party, simply because he now thinks that it is the turn of this region to rule the country. He won't win. Okay, I mean, the guy will not even win the primary to some extent. I mean, okay? You look at it this way. In APC, they have only had a single presidential, a single person who is president. That's Muhammad Buhari. Therefore, they, APC, should look south. Okay? APC should look south. So I even want to modify my issue about Atiku.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Now, if that stands
in PDP,
yeah,
they have gone Obasanjo, Yaradua,
Jonathan.
Okay. And even that Jonathan Yaradua has only been 2 years. So in reality, PDP should be presenting a northern candidate, which is what they are doing.
Mm.
Then it's up to the country to decide among all of them. Okay, so we will come back to your point that we have risen to a point where the region should not matter. So the people are given an opportunity. The APC presents a southern candidate. PDP presents a northern candidate. APC presents a southern candidate who happens to be from the southwest. PDP presents a northern candidate who happens to be from the northeast. NMPP produces Labour Party produces a southern candidate who happens to be from the southeast. Kwakwanso's group produces a northern candidate who happens from the northwest. ADC, Showore's party produces a southwestern candidate who happens to be from the Niger Delta.
Now let's look at it
of them all.
Mm-hmm. Let's look at this.
So we have a wide group of people to choose from.
Mm. That's a good point. But what do you think about the position of someone like Pa Ayo Adebanjo, who is saying that the same way you calculated this, that, you know, you've had these people from the east, from the northwest and south, you know, that is the turn of the southeast. What do you think about his position, which Obasanjo seemed to support?
I hope you read my piece about the very first week that Pa Adebanjo came out. I hope you read my piece about him.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Yeah, go ahead.
He has always been, he's a good uncle, good pa of mine. Anytime I talk to him, he always says, "Oh, look, I am at the exit of my life." You know, he's always saying he's in the bus stop. He has been in the bus stop for 20 years now. And he will probably be still around for 10 more years. I hope he is, you know. He has his points. He has his points, but he's just one person with that view. He's Afenifere. And many Afenifere people don't like Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That's it. I am Afenifere Renewal Group, ARG. We are the younger Afenifere. So we don't fight against them, but they have their views and we have our views. Okay, so he has a right to support anybody, but I don't agree with him. Let everybody be on the field. Yeah, let Obi be on the field. Let everybody, and let the Nigerian people decide.
All right. Okay. We are going to bring our audience to get involved in this conversation. But one last question from me. There was this altercation that happened in Ojota between the Yoruba Nation agitators and the police. So how is it playing out there? People who are saying that they don't want Nigeria anymore in the Southwest. What do you think? Do you know about the movement?
No, I am not a Yoruba Nation. I'm not a Yoruba separatist nation agitator. But I am proud of my Yoruba nation. This country is not a nation yet. We are not a nation of shared values. We're a country with a flag, a national anthem, a football team, a constitution that does not yet promote nationhood. So those who recognize themselves as nations must be allowed breathing space within the nation. But separation is not the issue. We have come a long way. I believe that the Southwest should constitute itself into a powerful region, just as we always had, and we are different states. It's not likely that those states will be abrogated, but nothing stops the the state assemblies, all the 5 or 6 state assemblies, to meet together once or twice a year to come to some common agreements about certain issues that are common to all of us. I would like to see a situation where there's a common commissioner for agriculture among all the 6 states. 6, if we can have 6 common commissioners, 1 from each state. The common commissioner for agriculture comes from Ogun State. For transportation or for energy comes from Lagos, from education come from Ekiti, and so on. And then each state will have its own commissioner for some of these other things. And the parliament meets twice a year to come to some common agreements. And we do certain things together. I think nothing in our constitution stops us from doing that. Nothing stops the Southeast from doing that. It is not separatist. It is using economy of scale and a sense of nationhood, common language, common culture. And then when we start to see certain internal models of success within the country, then those areas where we interact, we start to look for ways of smoothing the interactions between us. That is, I'm a subnationalist to the core. In fact, at this stage, I believe that Ekiti State should do those things that we should not do those things that we don't like in the country, and do those things that we think we should be doing. Because as a state, we are bigger than 30 countries in population, or bigger than 15 countries in size. We don't have an army, we don't have embassies. We have people with brains between their ears.
I once interviewed Femi Fani-Kayode, and he said that there will be a situation when he will go back to fighting for Yoruba nation. Is there any situation in the country when you will say, forget about this country, I'm going full scale Yoruba nation?
No.
wait, because I asked this question because there's an interview.
It's not going to happen. Look, let me tell you, I tell people, I say, my mother is not Yoruba. My mother is Ijo from Edo State. The first 4 years of my life, I never spoke Yoruba. I spoke Isha.
All right. Of course, we will endure, and we will wait for him to come back. Now, if you are in the studio, you want to be part of this conversation, you have to turn on your camera so that we bring you in. And if you don't want to be part of it, you can watch us on YouTube. There are people watching over there. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, finish.
I'm back. So there's no way, even though I know where my father comes from, and I'm Ekiti, that's why I don't believe that I can be a commissioner for anywhere else but Ekiti, because I know where my father comes from. Okay.
You were born in the house of your father.
Yes, I was born in the house of my father. But I can serve anywhere. Anybody who I did my youth corps in Imo State. I competed for Imo State in the National Sports Festival in 1978.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So
let me say this.
I served in Bayelsa like in anybody else. So So I do not support a separatist movement. I'm very positive about the country, but we can.
All right. We again wait for those who are in the studio. When I bring you on, what we're going to do is we're not going to bring on everybody at the same time due to bandwidth issues.
We cannot let the excellent get in front of the good, and we should be positive about Nigeria.
No. What I said is because also there's this day article that will, Can you hear me? There's this day article that was published during the Democrat, I think long ago, that where Bolaji Aluko said that he did not believe in one Nigeria. I mean, there are people who will get to a point, something will happen to you, and people will say, you know what, I'm tired of this country. That's why I brought up this question. And
it is an elite. Let me tell you, it is elitist. It is we elitists. We elites always say things like that because we think we are not getting it.
Or we think we have options. Okay, so I think we're going to do this interview again in 4 years. Okay, go ahead.
You know, the ordinary Nigerian has no problem with other Nigerians. It is we elite who, anytime we think we are not getting enough from the trough, we say let's abandon the country. But the ordinary, if you just, Rudolph, what town are you from?
Nnobi.
Nnobi.
Yes.
If you go to Nnobi and just close your eyes and tap somebody, he will not tell you he has any problem with the Hausa man or the Yoruba man. He won't. Come to my town all day. They won't. But we elites, because anytime we feel we are not having enough, we say we want to secede. Then when we have a man who is there, it will pipe down a little. Then our man is not there, then we want to secede.
All right, let me bring people in. But did you run for governor, or are you planning to? I saw a story where they said you were preparing to run for governor of Ekiti State. Should we be getting ready for that? Is that happening anytime soon? I
had a notion to run for governor because I come from a southern senatorial district where we were saying Emilokan, our Lokan.
And then what happened?
We wanted to make that stand known. Now we made it known, but it was not in a manner to spoil the apple carts. We just wanted to be sure that for justice and equity, just as the Southeast is talking, wanted to put that marker down. And I also wanted to be sure that when they say, "Oh, who is there who can run?" I say, "I'm available to run."
So that might happen in 4 years or 8 years.
Well, you know, I'm getting up there in age, but yeah, not me, but yeah, at some point the southern person. I am a full supporter of the present governor. I believe he will do well. He is starting well. He's a young chap. There's no reason why he can't be there for 4 years and then 8 years. We need continuity in my state. My state has been the most unstable state, governor-wise, in the country. We've had 13, 14 governors in the 25 years, 26 years that we've been on. We need stability. And 8 years of Fayemi and 8 years of Oyebanji will do our state very good. But let's see 4 years first. I'm sure he will do well, and then he'll do for 4 more years.
Do you think that Fayemi did very well, considering that the expectations were high and just like you, he was a public intellectual. Did he do well?
Yeah. Fayemi has a very unusual trajectory in the country. He ran into, he's been in the front light of Ekiti gubernatorial politics since 2006. This is 2023. He's been in limelight in Ekiti gubernatorial politics for 16, 17 years. He declared to be governor to run for governor in 2006, won in 2007, did not become governor actually until 2010. Lost in 2014 and came back in 2018. to live in 2022. So you can see that it's a very unusual trajectory. His first term, his 3-year preparation made it a very remarkable 4 years. A very remarkable 4 years. But the machinations of the PDP made sure that he lost in 2014. But in going to the federal level, he brought on a new experience to his 2018 to 2022 run. So he had a good development partner experience between in preparation for his 2010 to 2014 run, and then had a good federal preparation in his 2018 to 2022 run. So each one of those had those impacts. But 4 years in governance is not the best. Just as 5 years even being Vice Chancellor of a university is not enough. I mean, I'm not saying I wanted 10 years as VC, but 5 years as VC and 4 years as governor, especially when you come after a rapacious governor, is not enough. So he must be looked at within that context. Finally, the fact that he's able to produce a governor that is continues is actually a good leaf. Very few governors succeed another governor and are happy with the governor within this country called Nigeria. So he's been able to produce a governor that will work with him well. I think it's also a feather to his cap, in addition to all the other things. I worked with him in the first administration, even though I was VC at Otuoke. Worked with him. He was actually instrumental in me becoming VC at Otuoke. Was in his cabinet in his second time around. And this time around, I'm in the new government too. So I'm not the most objective person to ask. But to the greatest extent possible, I think he did well.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me bring our audience. I'll bring them one at a time.
And I hope you have also known that you have not asked me about diaspora.
The topic of today.
The very topic of the day.
We went off tangents, but it's okay. I can still come in. Yeah,
we'll come back.
Yeah, as we go along. Yeah, CM. Welcome to the show. Opportunity to talk to Professor Aluko. Make it just go straight to the question, please, so that we don't.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. Welcome to our show, Professor Mobolaji Aluko. Yes, Rudolph asked me to make it brief, but for the first time, I will just plead with him. Because from the much I know about the Aluko family, talking of your dad, Professor Sam Aluko, he was the best example my uncle gave me of an economist. He said at London School of Economics, his name was published on the notice board, MAC distinction, the best during his time. Awolowo's Action Group, whatever he did in the West, the economic advisor, the brain behind it is your dad. The only person Ojukwu allowed to be part of the council or his advisors in Enugu while being military governor, your dad. So, you came from quite a very rich background. That's why I'm not surprised. Bachelor's degree, chemical engineering, IFE, the great IFE in those days, first class. MAC, Imperial College London, DIC, PhD, University of California, Davis. So
I
in
have a
fact,
historian. Okay.
so to me, no, it's something to applaud. That's why I'm really happy when I had you coming. There's no, even being a VC of Otuoke University, why not Ife? If that should be, but well, be that as it may, I'm so happy that you came on our show today. Reading your biography is just a chip off the old block. So what I will ask you is, basically there are two prongs, one academic, one political. You've been a VC for 5 years and a pioneer VC for that matter, Federal University of Otuoke, where President Jonathan came from. From your experience, do you still believe that quota system in terms of admitting students and giving your background, you are an intellectual, you know what it is. Imagine you being denied admission to go to Ife because you are from one state and somebody took your position. We would have been talking another thing today. So do you see that quota system, this idea of keeping this person down to bring this person up, don't you think is counterproductive given the Nigerian experience? Where do you draw the line? If you start a policy like this, when do you bring it home? When do you say this is the time to stop it? Let me not go. Then the next thing, the other one is, yesterday we had or today, being 15 January or 15th or so, or was it yesterday? The governor of my state, Anambra Soludo, said he's asking the federal government, he's pleading that Nnamdi Kanu should be released, that he wants to stand shorty. He's begging. Now, what I'm trying to ask you is, you are not a lawyer, I understand, but is that not making a mockery of the judicial of our legal and their legal system? That a court of law, well constituted, should try somebody, and at the end, the court say, let the person go, and somebody is still holding the person. Is that not a shame of a country? What do you think about that, having lived in a civilized world? Because it's a shame that we at this point, we even be discussing about it. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Sam. Okay, Professor Aluko.
Well, thank you very much. Two very good questions. Two very good questions. The quota system is a pejorative for affirmative action. Okay? I believe in affirmative action, where you believe that certain inequalities exist. How you solve that affirmative action is another matter entirely. Quota increased education, increased allocation of money in those places where you feel that there are inequalities, more schools, more teachers. Okay, so if in our country there is an inequality that has been established, then if it is the responsibility of a government to ensure that the most number of people have the greatest amount of opportunity, then if they come up with a measure for solving it, I have no problem with it. When I was Vice Chancellor, we were given a catchment area. Every university, Federal University, was given a catchment area. And so there was a catchment area. There was another zone. Then there was what they called underdeveloped or undereducated states.
Okay. So in Otuoke, the catchment area was, no, I believe Bayelsa was a certain zone. Then the Niger Delta was another zone. Then the underdeveloped states, there were about 19 of them, of which 16 were in the north and 3 in the south. Okay. And we were given a formula for merit. Says 40% by merit, 20% by the catchment area. I think no, it's 40. I think it was 35% by the catchment area. That's and I think 15 or 25%. Yeah, 25% by the underrepresented people. Okay, so 40% pure merit, no matter where they come from. 40%, 25% or 20%, 25% by from the state in which the university resides, and I think it was 35% underrepresented states. And here is what that means. Remember that I had 16 programs at that point. And each program had a number of people we could approve. Let's say 40. So I have sociology department. I want to admit 40 people into sociology department. And they've all taken exams. They've all said they want to do sociology. So 40% by merit. And I list out all the students from the highest, the person who scored the highest, to the person who scored the lowest in sociology. And what that formula says is that 40%, 16, I choose 16 people purely by merit. Don't care where they are from. They could all be from Imo State. They could all be from Ekiti State. They could all be from Bayelsa State. I list them all out. The first 16 by merit, I give them admission into Federal University of Otuoke. No questions asked where they come from. Okay, so that's 40%. 25% of 40 is what? Is 1/4, 10.
Yes.
The next 10 will be from Bayelsa State because the federal government is from Bayelsa State. So I look for the next qualified Bayelsa person. Okay, it's separate from the 16 I've chosen. There could be Bayelsa people in the 16. I look for the next Bayelsa person. I go all the way down. He may be the 20th person or 20th person. Then the next Bayelsa could be 30th. Then the next Bayelsa should be 50th and so. I look for all of them. They must pass. I'm talking about people who pass. Okay? Where we always have problem is when a person who fails is not qualified, is accepted. In an affirmative action, you must always choose qualified people, but you are giving them opportunity that they would not have had, and that's what affirmative action is. We in blacks in the US gain from affirmative action. But even in affirmative action, I don't want an unqualified person to fill a position because he is black. So the only list that we consider are people who have passed. If you go through and there is no Bayelsa
who is 10, that means that Bayelsa will not get people. If there are only 6 people in Bayelsa, you've allocated 10 people to Bayelsa. It's only 6 people who are Bayelsa. You throw the other 4 to the underdeveloped states. Now there are 16 in the north and 4, because in the south, Ebonyi, I think one other state, Ebonyi, Edo State, and one other state in the south are considered underdeveloped. So you choose from them. The next 35% of 40 is about 15. And you go looking for Nasarawa, Zamfara, all the way down. Then if you have now chosen and you don't find any from there, you now go back and you choose from any of the other states. I believe that is fair. Okay? If it is properly done, I believe it is fair. What is not fair is when somebody who failed is chosen over somebody who passed. But if you want to promote national unity, then you want to choose in a federal system as many people as possible from all of Nigeria. Because let me tell you, if you were to choose only people who pass and you just list them 40, 35 of them can come from Imo State alone. I know. I mean, I've seen the records. Okay? They can come from Imo State alone. Imo will choose, they will choose only Imo. Bayelsa will choose only Imo. Ife will choose only Imo. Is that what you want? Let there be as many universities as possible choosing in this manner. Imo will have its own catchment area. Ife will have its own catchment area. It will give opportunities all over the place. And before you know it, everybody will have an opportunity to go to university without any one group of people swamping any given university. So that is my response to you in terms of quota and affirmative action. It should not be quota for a state. It should not be a cutoff that is lower than any other person. It must still be passing. But you must say it must be people who pass, and you must provide opportunity across the country, at least for federal institutions. Let me go to the issue of Nnamdi Kanu. Or let's broaden it. When a court pronounces a verdict, it should be respected. Okay? When a court pronounces a verdict, it should be respected. You know, courts do not have the ability to enforce their pronouncements. It is the executive. Quite frankly, if the police, if we have an attorney general who is different from the Minister of Justice, and I'm hoping we will get to a situation where the office of the attorney general is different from the office of the Minister of Justice. If the court pronounces, the attorney general should not have any political considerations and should act accordingly. It is when the attorney general and the Minister of Justice are the same person and has political considerations. That's why a situation where a pronouncement is made and it's not obeyed occurs. So that's how I want to put Nnamdi Kanu. But Nnamdi Kanu is fairly a different issue. There's a treasonable aspect involved in it. And so it has its own special problems. There was one time when one senator, I believe, said he was going to stand for him, and Nnamdi Kanu disappeared. And that senator said, well, he bears no brunt anymore. So it's not likely that Soludo's ploy now will be taken, because it has happened before, and Nnamdi Kanu disappeared. But again, the general issue should be that when a court pronounces, the justice system should obey. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Aluko. Let me do a follow-up, because on the issue of affirmative action or catchment area and all these cut-off marks. Yes. What do you think about the entrance exam into the common entrance exam into the government colleges, where you see reports about someone scoring 2 or 4 from Zamfara or Bayelsa getting into the college with 2 out of 300? Is that a pass mark that is acceptable?
No, let me tell you, Rudolph, many of those are anecdotal and not true. Okay. I have actually found out that many of every time you just see reports like that, here's the issue. A person who when he enters with 2, is he going to do English there and also be passed with 2? Will he go from Form 1 to Form 2 with 2 in English, and then we go to Form 2? Will he now get to Form 5 with 2 passing with 2, and then he will get to school start? It will be 2 he will be asking for. A guy who has not passed to enter into a place will continue to fail. So I don't understand the logic of having such a poor student, such a poor student enter into a place. How does he now continue with his studies? I found out that many of those stories are not as they have stated. I do not support lowering grades. Okay? I do not support lowering grades for students for admission. But I support providing an opportunity even for low passing grade students to be admitted ahead of some high scoring students, because an exam is not the only criterion for a student to be good. But a student that scores that low, okay, in addition to other things, should not, because of quota or affirmative action, be allowed in.
All right, thank you. Let's get a question from Electricity. What's your real name, please?
My real name is Andrew, Mr. Kodamich.
Okay.
I use the nickname Electricity because I'm of the belief that we cannot achieve any growth or a reasonable development or growth in Nigeria without a constant electricity. That is where I stand on.
No doubt.
And I will never go away from there. Now, Professor, thank you very much. And I am not an intellectual, so I'm begging your permission to borrow some of your words to use as a question back to you. If that is okay with you, sir?
No problem at all.
Okay. In view of the quota system of admission into university, the summary there is, regardless of the student being admitted, it must be based on merit. Would that be correct?
It is. I agree with that. It has to be based on, it has to be based on
an agreement of a passing grade, and then an agreement as to how those who will be admitted will be distributed in a fair manner.
Okay, thank you, sir.
The merit has to do with having a passing grade. The merit is a passing. When you talk about merit, because we have to define things clearly. There's a merit system that says you arrange the people in terms, in terms of scores. But an affirmative action says when a person or a group of people have not had opportunity, and you see a person who has a passing score, you have to consider that person who had a passing score. So if, for example, in an institution, there has never been a woman president, and you are seeking for the president of that institution, in your 70 years, it has always been white males. And you have a situation where you have the three top candidates. The first one, white male, has 80%. The second one has 77%, black female. The third one is a black male, has 75%. You have to seriously consider those two ahead of the white guy who has 80%. Okay? Because of a historical. So it is still merit, but you are doing affirmative action. If you were to go by merit, then the white guy will get the position. And you never know whether there are institutional discrimination that will keep having the white guy score the highest. So you have to do certain affirmative actions to ensure that the person who may not have scored the highest is given consideration because he has scored high enough to be considered for that position. So you understand the difference between merit, qua merit, blind merit,
yes, I understand.
And a social merit.
I do understand the position. Thanks, Professor. Yes. Now, my second question and the last question is, now let's bring this narrative to the politics. Remember I said I'm going to borrow your words. I'm not an intellectual as you are, so I'm going to borrow your words. So let's bring this narrative of the quota system, merit, and affirmative into this our nation building, particularly the 2023 presidential election and candidate. You reference to the candidate, and particularly you mentioned those you know personally. Now this will come as under your opinion, so that nobody will hold it against you and crucify you on it. Okay, but proud to me asking the question, I've always have one thing in mind, which is the statement wickedness. I try to define it because all of us can relate to the word wickedness. Okay. Now, among these candidates, in your own considered opinion, who do you think merit, given to their past record? We are using the same quota system of admission and everything, their past record, exam they've written. Who do you think merit? I know it's the people that will determine that at the end of the day. So I put it as your opinion based on your personal relationship, particularly to the candidate that you know, the way the nation is presently, which I consider wickedness of past leaders. Anybody can disagree with that. Who do you think, in your own opinion, deserve, in the view of that your quota system that you just explain to us in admitting students into the university? I yield the floor back to you, Professor. Thank you.
Okay. Tinubu has been governor and senator. Obi has been governor. Kwakwanso has been governor.
Atiku.
What's his name? Atiku has been vice president. Showore has been nothing. So let's see, he's the youngest among them. So if you are to hold me in terms of quota and given somebody who has not had the opportunity, is not a politician, qua politician. Okay? It is Showore. But if it is a question of past performance, ability to form a team, vision for the future, for me, it is Tinubu. If it is a question of frugality and excitement, it is Obi. But for now, if you ask me, the northern candidates should take a bow. But again, it is the people who will decide. And if they decide to bring back a northern candidate, the sun will rise. Whatever it is I can do to take part in assisting the state, I will do it. But so those are my answers to you.
All right. Thank you, Prof. I will get a chance. I see a lot of people who are in the studio, but they are not. The cameras are not on, so I won't let them in until they do so. Let me ask tomorrow. Tomorrow, P2B will be appearing at Chatham House to speak. Do you have an opinion of Nigerian politicians showing up there to speak to that?
I'm opposed to all these Nigerians going abroad to speak because I don't see any American coming to Nigeria to speak. I don't see any UK person. It is still a colonial mentality that makes us go to Chatham House to chatter or go to any place in the US to go and talk about what we want to do. It's just not, I don't believe that it is right. I would not. If I ran as president of this country, I would go to the ends. In fact, I would spend most of my time in the universities to make my point. I'll make my point in the universities, in the secondary schools, and in the press. Okay? To make my point, rather than go and be talking policy in London and the US. It's a colonial mentality which I don't support.
All right. I'll come back, but let me invite Ebi. Ebi, welcome to the show. And no, hold on, CM. I can come back to you. I can come back to you later. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Njakiri Damages. It's my pleasure to be here. And
welcome.
Can I speak or I just introduce?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Professor Bolaji Aluko, it's really my pleasure. I've known you just like everybody. I've known you. I'm sure you know people know you, but I haven't seen you. My name is Ebenezer Komalafe, and I'm from Ulesa, and I live in Canada.
Good.
I have two questions for you. The first one is on the quota system. I see the balancing act in this quota system.
Yeah.
And I know it's a tough one for you because you are one of the players in it, and from the discussion that have gone on and your participation in the Nigerian life, I can see you've been part of them, but not necessarily the major driver in terms of politics. But you are one of the brains that have been part of them. We have many of you around in Nigeria who have been part of that. My question for the quota system is, as balancing as the act may seems, when is it going to end? What the premise for starting it is because at some point when the line was drawn, there was imbalance in education. And so now, because there's no way we can say, because, oh, I heard you talk about, choosing someone that is qualified and all that. I'm picking back on CEM's question, and you try to justify it, but somebody is paying that price for going ahead and developing their education, but they're still paying that price when it comes to moving ahead. Somebody is being dragged back by the reason of association in a country that they are in together. I see no justification for that. So my question is, when is the quota system going to end? Because the main premise is to allow some people to grow up. Today in the North, there are a lot of educated people, a lot, very smart people. I grew up in Niger State. I served in Katsina. I speak Hausa. I know Hausa very well. So when is it going to end? When is it going to stop? Because at some point, the quota system will become total injustice against some other people, because the people you think they were disadvantaged have actually become more advantaged, have that advantage. So when is it going to end? And what is the other things that those quote unquote disadvantaged states have been doing over the years to develop and come up so that we have a level playing field? So that is one. Number two is ASU strike. What do you think is the major cause of the ASU strike? Especially now that we have the worst ever in my life, after the 1 or 2 years of my life in the days of the military regime. I never thought in a democratic regime where people are going to be home for 15, 16 months. It happened. And these people, they are your friends, Professor Aluko, unfortunately. So the big question of the second question is, how do you think this can end? Thank you very much. It's my pleasure again to have a forum to speak to you directly.
Very good, very good. Well, the question of when affirmative action will end is also an American question. The Republicans are saying, even as we speak, that it should all this affirmative action should end. Okay? While another group of people are saying that there's still systemic racism in America, and that if it is ended too early, those gains that were had will come back screaming. So the issue of when affirmative action will end is always a recurring decimal. But for me, it will end in Nigeria by us expanding the opportunities. When I was in Nigeria, when I was in school, I attended Ife. There were only 6 universities. 6 universities in the country. There are now 205 or 7. There are 107 private universities, 49 federal universities, 40-something, 7 or so state universities. Virtually every single state has a state university now. Okay? So that all of these things that I'm talking about, when I say a certain percentage should go to educationally disadvantaged states, when you don't see those come up, you have to choose from those who did the exam. So if you would have given certain opportunities to Niger State people, and Niger State now has its own Niger State University, in which people from Niger State have an opportunity to go to their Niger State University. When in Federal University of Otuoke, you gave opportunity for a Niger State person to come on, there is none there, so you have to give it to those others. So it is actually ending. We just may not know it. With the fact that there are more federal universities, more state universities, more private universities, those who feel that they did not get an opportunity into federal, because remember, the private universities are not using quota. All this thing that I'm talking about, percent here, percent there, the private universities are not using it. There are now many more private universities than there are public universities, either state or federal. The state universities, even if they use their own quota system, they are using it to their own advantage within the state. So your concern is more about federal more than any other thing. And it is ending little by little because all of those who would have taken advantage of it are being taken care of in their various states. So it is not as serious as we think it, because we need more universities. Not that we actually need more universities, we need the universities to enlarge their admission pool, because the universities have very large differences in size. From University of Calabar, that has about 40,000, to another state university of Federal that has 22,000. We need to increase the pool of the size of each university, and you will see that this affirmative action and quotas that have spelled out, when you say 35% should come from developed, underdeveloped states, and you find out that you don't have any, and yet you need to fill 40 people, you have to fill it with those who qualify. By that time, you have to return to the list of people who have been qualified, and you find that. So that's when affirmative action will die a natural death, when the pool has enlarged, and it is enlarging already. When it comes to ASU, again, I've written a whole piece on ASU because I'm a university brat. My parents were university people. My father was a university professor. My mother, a university admin. I've lived in university all my life. I know that the university community is a community of neurotics. People who think they are smart and are smart. And it's very difficult to come to agreement with them. But one thing is that there must be a distinction between academic unions and labor unions. We should not mix the two. ASU should decide whether it is an academic union or a labor union. If it's a labor union, I believe there should only be a single staff welfare union in each university, addressing staff welfare issues. And staff welfare issues should be separated from academic issues. So there's no reason, for example, why a group of people will be going on strike because the government is not spending 26% of budget in academics. And then they will also be saying you have not paid certain salaries. Salaries is a welfare issue. paying for certain other issues, those are academic issues. So there should be a distinction. The other issue is that the government should not make promises it cannot fulfill. The government should not make certain promises it cannot fulfill. Many times the government says, I'm going to give this allowance in this area to this grade of staff. By the time ASU or the university comes in, other staff who were not specified to take those allowances get mixed in. And then the bill that that the government is supposed to pay becomes unreasonably high. The other issue is that government should not be negotiating with ASU. It is the council. The government appoints the council, and the council should be the one interacting with the unions. When the government puts its long arm into university, it ruins the autonomy and independence that a university should have. So I have several points that I have to solve. I mean, many suggestions, but one of them is this issue of separating academic unions from welfare unions. And the other is empowering the councils to work closely with unions. Third is the depoliticization of the choice of vice chancellors. Okay, the vice chancellors are too politicized. And when I was vice chancellor of Otuoke, yes, I was chosen by a political regime, but I worked hard to demystify the vice chancellorship. Our vice chancellors are almost like governors, too powerful. Okay, and we need to demystify the office of the vice chancellor and ensure that he knows that he's just one, the primus inter pares, one among equals. Thank you.
We also heard that we also know that many of them are very corrupt.
All right. Andrew, you're next. Andrew, he wanted a follow-up to a question.
Yes, thank you. Professor, just to buttress...
Eddie, thank you. Eddie, thank you so much. I forgot to say
Professor, just to buttress what you said, which I forgot earlier. So, however, if I am wrong, please kindly correct me. It's just to buttress your point. When based on the question CM asks, something I have argued in the past, when you were referencing to the justice system and the order, and those who are supposed to carry out the order must respect the court order. That is, am I correct in that? In that sense? But you went further to state that in the case of Nnamdi Kanu, there is a treasonable aspect about it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Prof. The reason why I had to bring it up to buttress it is particularly to those who are supporting Nnamdi Kanu. I've often said that his situation is different because his action is treasonable. In any country, civilized country, it won't even see the light of the day again if care is not taken. And I keep telling my people that while I have sympathy or whatever he's fighting for, his action is treasonable. And if I was the president, honestly speaking, he ain't going to see the light of the day. So it's a message to my fellow brothers. I sympathize with him. I don't believe in secession. I don't believe in breaking away. I don't believe in a Yoruba nation, Igbo nation, Ijaw nation. I don't believe in all those stupid things, pardon my language. I believe in one Nigeria, how we can fix it. And finally, nothing can die naturally in that country. if blackout did not die first, nothing can die naturally in that country if this electricity blackout issue does not die. I yield the floor. Again, thank you, Professor. Thank you, Rhoda, for giving me.
I agree.
So, thank you. I beg to take my leave. That was why I asked for permission. Professor, long may we all live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew. Professor Aluko, I know the subject of this conversation, we didn't even get to that. I asked you at the beginning about your experience, and can you tell us? You know, there are a lot of people who are watching, and most of them are abroad, and when they see someone like you, they know that you've been here and you went back to make contribute your own contribution to that space. What is your experience like? What are the problems? Why, if you're asked, did you succeed in what you went to do? Did you succeed? Did you fail? What are the challenges?
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, I am a big critic of
all right. I think his internet is frozen, and we are going to wait for him to come back, and then we have a few more questions, and then I think he's been very nice and kind with his time. Okay,
are you hearing me?
Okay, you're back. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
But one of the legacies he left behind was raising of the profile of the diaspora in governance in Nigeria. You know, he was the one who started NIDO with all the problems of NIDO and so on. At least he brought the diaspora into the center of conversation in Nigeria. So we must raise our hearts off to him for that. Having said that, the diaspora contribution can never be complete without us being able to vote in situ. Diaspora can still vote now. We can come home, register, get your PVC. When the elections are around, you come down and vote. But what a few of us sued for and got positive judgment about was for us to be able to vote in situ. If you are in the US, you should be able to vote in the US. If you are in Austria, vote in Austria. If you are in Sudan and you are in Nigeria, because the fact that you travel abroad should not abrogate your Nigerianness. And one fundamental right of a Nigerian is for him to be able to vote for his elected officer of choice, even if it's only for president. So I believe that one of the things we should continue to press for is ability to vote. But when it comes to my experience, I just find that there's a high level of acceptance and acceptability of the diaspora people, provided you don't always stick it into the faces of Nigerians. We're very proud people. If you say, hey, man, this is how we used to do it in Minnesota, man, you will have problem with the Nigerian. But if you say, well, and try you are trying. But do you think we can do it this way? Because quite frankly, there are many things that you point out in Nigeria. You don't need to have traveled abroad to know that it's not right. You don't need to say, hey, this is how it was done in Maryland, or this is how it's done in UK. No. You can simply say, I mean, do you have to, should you have a building that starts to leak within whose roof starts to leak within 2 months, or a road that starts to bend within 6 months? You don't have to have gone abroad to do that. You simply can bring the standards that we have learned abroad to bear without sticking it into their faces. I tell people that my time in government is like still being in a university without students and without having to grade. Because I keep lecturing, I keep saying, do it this way. Why don't we do it this way? And there are times when there are things I want to do, they tell me that it's not going to work for Nigeria, it won't work. You know, when I was VC, I wanted to introduce work study. They say it won't work because everybody will start to do work study. People, you know, I wanted to do work study within the university. They say soon somebody will say, do I have to be in this university to do work study? I'm in another university. I want to do work study, and so on. So there is. So you have to temper your diaspora thinking to local reality. It does not mean you will reduce your standards, but just as even abroad, every day they are still thinking of how to improve certain things. You cannot just bring something that is still being improved over there and you now bring it down. You think that that is what should be taken as gospel. So I have seen done in a humble manner because Nigerians are very proud people. So that's what I can say for now.
All right, thank you. Man of prestige, what's your question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, good morning, everybody, wherever you are. I think it's afternoon over there, probably night in Nigeria. Is the professor speaking from Nigeria? I don't know who he is.
Yes.
I am firmly not only in Nigeria, I'm in Ado Ekiti. I have to make sure people know that I'm in Ado Ekiti.
Okay.
All right, man of prestige, you hear that?
Yeah, thank you so much. Nice to see you. Yeah, thank you. And I'm pleasure to see.
Man of prestige, yeah.
I'm trying to hear him. I'm trying to
man of prestige. We can hear you very well. You see, wherever you are, Adekiti is actually better. The internet in Adekiti is better than your own.
Okay, I'm gonna log out and come back in. I'm in California.
No, we can hear you. I can hear you just now. Why don't you continue that way? Yeah, you can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has gone far more than where I'm right now in California. But that's it.
Oh, okay, yeah, in California. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but anyway, I said I don't know what the topic is all about. I just enjoy, but I'm just saying it's a pleasure, regardless of what the topic is. I'm just saying it's a pleasure to have you to come in on Dr. Damage. So respect to you, sir, with all pleasure.
All right.
Can you hear
me? Thank you. Yeah, we
thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm gonna log out and come back in.
Okay.
Prof, let me ask. Oh, okay. CM has a follow-up. CM, go ahead.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Prof. While you were talking earlier, while you were answering Rudolph's question, you made mention of, said left for you, the whole of Southwest, 6 states of Southwest. Why can't they maybe be something like an arrangement, a zone or whatever that we have, say, one commissioner of agriculture and all those things to save cost? In fact, I also have given thought to such things. So what I'm going to say now is, if there's an arrangement and you are asked to present a bill, just like a private, I mean, anybody can present a bill to the National Assembly for consideration. I'm also interested, like I'm from the Southeast, because there is a massive advantage in having the whole of Southwest, one commissioner, one this, one that, is Southeast. Sort of like we end up in Nigeria having missions of education, or maybe 7 as the case may be. That's all. Then at the federal level to cut off. So what if there's an arrangement to get like minds? We prepare a bill and present it at the National Assembly. Do you think you can? You are many.
It doesn't have to be.
You welcome such idea.
It doesn't have to be a national. We are a federal system. We are not taking full advantage of our federalism yet. We're a federal system, and many of the governors are not innovative enough to understand the federalism that we are. We need to interrogate the Constitution and see where it is, how far we can go, and let the federal government, if they wish, take us to court, and we go to court and see what the Supreme Court says. There's nothing in the Constitution that says the 6 states cannot have a common commissioner for finance. It will save us, instead of having 6 commissioners of finance. Maybe we have, each one will have a commissioner for finance, but there are certain common things: agriculture, education, transportation, even security, and so on. But then you can each have your commissioner for finance. There may be some things, women affairs, that you may have in each state. Okay, so nothing stops. It does not have to be a federal bill. It will have to be state bills, because the states will have to agree that a common agri, because there will be, when you have a common commissioner for agri, you may actually have a common budget of agri for the entire region. You know, but each state assembly will still have to pass it, and then you will come to this quarterly or biannual something where you pass it again in there. It can be done. It should not require federal approval. It should not.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, CM. Prof, there's one question that I want to ask. It's complex, but I try to find a way to explain it. The quality of lecturers with all these universities that we have across the country.
It's a problem.
So how big is the problem? Because I know people are leaving the country, professors are leaving, more universities are being built. Who is teaching them?
Here's the issue. You know, many times we do not follow the plans that should have been followed. The issue of multiplication or multiplicity of universities and the need for lecturers all those needs have always been thought of. And that was why at some point there was a plan, a written plan, to make the 6 first-generation universities to become the initial providers of lecturers, such that they would transit from being undergraduate universities to graduate universities, so that instead of having something like 28% undergraduate, 80% undergraduate, there will be 60% graduate and 40% or even 70% graduate studies and 30% undergraduate, so that those 70% undergraduate will have teaching, academic training, so as to be able to populate other universities. You look abroad, look at the university. All the universities, most of the universities in the US have lecturers from universities in the US. In fact, they try to ensure that you go to other universities to lecture. Many times they don't want to retain you in the university that you got your graduate degree from. And then they start to teach you how to be a graduate student, how to prepare lectures, gradually as you go through graduate school. Okay? So it should have been done, but I think it's only Ibadan so far that has gotten close to 60% graduate and 40% undergraduate. I even have to look at their statistics. But it's a big problem. That's why you find a given lecturer lecturing in about 3-4 different universities. Part of the reason why you are saying ASU not wanting to have the federal government run its IPPIS, is because some of these things will become exposed. Lecturers teaching in 2-3 federal universities and maybe 1-2 state universities and 1 private university. Same lecturer.
Now,
okay, so it's a problem.
Yeah, a similar question is about students. So those who could afford it, they've sent their kids abroad. Those who could afford it send their kids to private schools. Now, I think, I don't know from your experience, looking at public schools, most of the time, I think what you now have there is a class of people. It's not a representative of, like when you went to the University of Ife, you had everybody, children of presidents, children of governors in the same university. Now you have mainly, I think, poor and lower middle class going to federal universities. What does that impact would that have? Because I see some people who graduated recently come to America, and when you talk to them, like those that went to all these private universities, the way they look at the perception of the poor, and they didn't live with them, they didn't grow up with them, they did not interact with them in colleges. It's totally different.
The cost of education in private universities is so high compared with the cost either in the public or in the federal or state, that it is creating an elite society, which is not good for the country. In Otuoke, we were not allowed to charge more than 50,000 naira. Okay? 50,000 naira. Of course, we did a lot of different things to make sure we charge more than that. I mean, we had security this and that and that. You know, tuition is supposed to be 0. You are not supposed to charge more than 90 naira per year for bed space. All those kinds of ridiculous things. But okay, so you charge more than that. Meanwhile, many of the private universities, 400,000 naira per year, 1 million naira per year. And when you charge a person 1 million naira per year, is that person going to fail? And are you going to say that that person will repeat? No way. You will make sure he passes. Because even to pay that 1 million, he sweated for it. So you have to make sure whatever it takes for him to go pass to the next year, you'll do it. Because the guy ain't going to pay another 1 million to repeat the year. You know? So it's a problem. Even the federal universities now, remember I said all this issue of catchment and so on. The funny thing is that the federal universities are becoming more and more local, because more of the students are coming from the catchment area more than from elsewhere. You know, so defeating the issue of being a federal university. So it's a problem. So the issue of enough lecturers is a problem. The issue of a class distinction between public and private universities is a problem. And the issue of localizing students, even in the state universities are already localized. The issue of even localizing federal universities is a problem. So it's a problem that needs to be addressed.
All right, let's welcome Kulata. Kulata, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Rudolph. Thanks to the guest. Great to fair. So I have a question about. Yeah, great.
You look like Darth Vader. Darth
Yes,
Vader
so,
with your mask. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm protecting the universe of America here.
What the hell? What the hell is that in your face?
A face mask. I'm sick, so I'm wearing a face mask. Well, yeah. So I have a question. I mean, I suffered 3, ASU strikes in my own days in university. So I'm also like you too. Grew up in academic society. I mean, the academic area. So I know all about the ASU and all. But here's my question: the issue of funding. I mean, there's the federal government essentially funds the federal university, but what is stifling autonomous funding? Because as a vice chancellor, within the realms of the constitution, within the realms of the university constitution, the country's constitution, or whatever, what is stopping the university from generating money to self-finance and not just rely just on the federal government? And then we have all these incessant strikes, and it affects people like, I mean, at the end of the day, I was okay after all, but I lost unnecessary years due to no fault of mine. So if we can fix some issues of funding, the university will be able to self-sustain. So what prevents that from happening? Some creative thinking that can increase funding.
Important question. The first issue has to be a deliberate and credible calculation of what it costs to educate a student. Without calculating that cost, every other thing we are talking about is irrelevant or false. So you have to ask yourself, what does it cost to educate a social science, a law student, a chemical engineering student, a physics student, a Yoruba graduate student, all of those? What is the cost of that one student? Now, that student, there will be a number of students, a number of Yoruba students, a number of physics students, a number of chemical engineering students, and the cost of each one of them, no doubt about that. Each cohort of students will be taught by professor, associate professor, all the way down to assistant lecturer, a certain number. You have to ask yourself, if there are 40 students and there are 40 chemical engineering students, and the cost of educating each one of them is different, will you pay the lecturer, the Yoruba lecturers, the same amount of money as the chemical engineering lecturers? And so on. So you have to ask yourself too, what is the essential reason for establishing a university? And you must stick to it, because the greatest amount of funding in a university must come from the fees, the tuition and fees of students. All this issue of selling pure water, patents, all those things that people talk about, they are fine, but they are not the essence of a university. The essence of a university is to teach students and to get students to do research and graduate. So the cost of funding those students must come from the tuition and fees of those students. Now, when they graduate and the alumni, they may donate to the students, and depending on how rich, to the university, depending on how rich they are, they may donate 2 billion naira or 4 billion naira or whatever. but you must work to ensuring that the greatest funding comes from tuition and fees of students. So when a government fixes 50,000 naira as the fees for students to pay, who pays the difference? If in fact the cost of educating a chemical engineering student is 450,000, and the cost of educating a Yoruba student is 300,000, and you have fixed 50,000 for the Yoruba student and the chemical engineering student, who pays the difference? Who pays the difference? So there is something fundamentally wrong in the university fixing, in government fixing the tuition and fees in universities, and in paying the same salary to all lecturers, independent of the field in which they pay. Now, when you have determined the cost of educating a student, you now talk about affordability. If the policy of government is that every single student who graduates from who want to go to university should go to university, then that policy must say you must find a way them to be able to pay their way. And there are 5 or 6 ways for them to pay, which you must make available. Student savings, family savings, loans, government subsidy, work study. All of those things must be made available to the student. As they used to be when we were in school. We used to have bursary, we used to have loan, and so on. Fees were not fixed arbitrarily at that point. So we must establish the cost of a student's education, and we must provide avenues for each student to be able to pay his way. I think when we do both of those, and it will include government, the government should be just one of several avenues. Education loan, bank loan, cooperatives, union loans, donations from private organizations and religious organizations. So that's my own thinking.
Yeah, but as a vice chancellor, yes, what creative means can you use to increase the funding of your institution?
Okay. Let me tell you, at Otuoke, it did not succeed, but this is what I said. In the very first year of my being vice chancellor, we incorporated fuel company. That's a CAC registered company. And we got some oil company interested in working with us to get a marginal oil field for the university. Such that because we're a university, they will give us the marginal field at little or no cost. But we will develop that marginal field in consonance with that company. And in perpetuity, we will reap royalty, we will do refining, we will get our students to do internship there, and we will reap money from there. And there will be an agreement that will say each year that we made more money from this oil, the federal government will give us less money for our staff. We had a company that was ready to work with us, but the federal government never gave us that marginal license. I'm sure that other universities will be, if it is gold in your area, you say you want to be given you have a company, you want to be given a license to mine. And because you're a university, they should give you some leeway, and then you partner with some company in your neighborhood. Look, in the US, University of Texas, the land grant universities, any mineral they find on their land belongs to the university. University of Texas at Austin has, I believe, an oil field, and so for me, that's a creative way of ensuring that the university takes part, not just in doing little pure water and so on, but large-scale involvement in moving earth, water, and air. Because the only way you have economic advancement is if you invest in what is under the soil, what is on the soil, what is in the water, and what is in the air. And if the universities invest in that way, I think they'll be able to continue to make money.
Okay, Abby, I'll come to you. Let me just follow up with Kolata's question. Professor, when you were appointed, I saw a video where an interview where you were talking about having, I think you organized a conference here in America where people from Ijo Foundation,
yes,
maybe they organized it and you were part of it, and they came and they were to raise money for the university. Did you continue such attempt, and did it succeed? Also, I wanted to know if you had a endowment.
They funded about 120 students at that point. And I mean, I didn't have to always raise it. I mean, it was supposed to be a yearly event, you know. And remember too that I only went through 2 or 3 rounds of university entrance. Okay, and not all of the students were just students, obviously. So the first year we had only 144 students. The second year, I think we had 256. The third year we had about 3. By the time I left, we had about 2,000 students. And 50,000 here, 100,000 naira there, school fees. It's not a lot. Recently, I saw TED Fund give a student, one student, scholarship in a UK university. It was going to 43 million naira. One student. That will pay all my students from year 1 to year 3. I don't think we should be sponsoring students abroad. Not at 1 to 600, 1 to 700, 1 to 800, $1 to 800 naira, even 450. I know I was trained abroad, but I would never have been trained abroad at the rates at which they are now. It's better for us to invest that money in this country and improve the university. TED Fund has a lot of money, and they really should spend it more on improving Nigerian university rather than sending anybody abroad.
Thank you, Professor Aluko. We have to round up with him because he's been here for almost 3 hours. So one question from Abby and maybe Man of Prestige, and then we round up. Abby, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Damages.
Ebenezer is my name too, so you have.
Oh, Are you the last child of the family?
No, I'm the first. I don't know, but
guess what? I was the
Ebenezer. I was the first child and I was the rock. So they say This is the stone of help.
Yeah. For Samuel.
Yes, I was the first child. Yeah.
Oh, I was the second, but I'm the first now. You know, my brother left. Now Dr. Damages is now mean. He's saying one question, but I don't know. I had one.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, I'll make it fast. You know, I always go to the point. Doctor is Prof. It seems to me that, you know, despite the so much intelligence that we have in abundance in our country, you are an example of that. So many academics, so many. There seems to be a fundamental problem of leadership and governance in Nigeria. Because look at, you sat here and you're breaking down some fundamentals. Even though you have friends in government today, Kinaro. That is, by the way. All right. My main question is the relevance of curriculum. It seems to me also that, let me just say, what are the academic world in Nigeria, or the people running education in Nigeria, starting from the federal government, what are they thinking in the Federal Ministry of Education, Nigeria Union of Universities? What are they thinking every day for the past donkey years that I left university? Not to talk of you, I'm just 50 plus. Now, what are our curriculum is still so archaic and backward. I had lived in another country before coming back to Nigeria and then coming back to Canada. That's Australia. I had a master's there. I come back to Canada, I'm like, I have appetite. Let me do one more master's. And I did a master's in computer networks. Do you know that the curriculum in that master's is almost equivalent to CCIE that Cisco offers, which I have depth in? I was just laughing that I wasted my money or something like that. I'm already qualified. But I'm also amazed that the curriculum in a university is directly relevant instantly in the industry. In Nigeria, there is no handshake between the industry and the academics. And this, you know, you go to the class and you are still being taught the Fourier series of, 1700 that has been debunked, that there is already a software to just punch in your data and you get it. You don't need to. I mean, the age is changing. What do you think can be done, or what is being done to transform our academics? Because it's becoming, the Oyibo that gave us have moved away from it. You don't need to have a degree these days to work in the tech industry and earn so much money. Thank you very much.
Let me put it this way. Let's talk about leadership first. One of the things that I see in Nigerian leadership is that a lot of our top leaders have only derived experience about various issues of governance. When I say derived, they have never done anything about mortgage, never done anything about insurance. So many things that they have not had first-hand experience about. They have never taken a loan that they paid over several years. They do not understand fully the issues about foreign exchange movements. So they depend on certain
advisors. One of the things that I enjoyed most working with Dr. Kayode Fayemi was that he was in tune, as much in tune with modern governance as the next person. During COVID, I was the COVID coordinator for Ekiti State. And Ekiti State was the second state in the country to have a COVID case in March of 2020, at a time when we did not know where COVID was going. And we were worried that COVID will decimate our state. We are the smallest, we're one of the smallest population, and we were the second state. He made me the COVID coordinator, but he was the head of he was the chairman of the COVID council. And every day we related, just as, what's his name, Cuomo, every conference he was having in New York, we were listening in to see what he was saying. We knew that we could not have ventilators in our state, but very early on, we knew that we had to have a non-pharmaceutical solution to reduce the COVID case. And we were the first in this country to introduce mandatory masks. And you can see that mandatory masks have remained throughout up until today. We were the first to introduce mandatory masks.
Was that based on science, sir? Was that based on science? Because
yes, based on science.
Now and I'm laughing. Anyway,
based on science.
We don't want to go into that rabbit
hole. Hold on.
Sir.
We were the first to do mandatory masks. We were the first to also understand that it is viral load that matters, not just viral load. So we banned church and mosques and weddings and so on. We were the first to close our borders to all states. We were the first to ensure that no dead person came into our state without a certificate of non-COVID death. And that is what we believe. We believe that was, and it was because I did not have to explain to him, he did not have to explain to me. We had an international view of how the state should be governed. So when you have a president who has never gone abroad or does not read beyond where he knows, and we have had, unfortunately, a string of leaders, top leaders in the country who are like that, who have only derived knowledge. So that is one issue. The issue of curriculum, even though you say it's archaic, so it's not really that archaic. The universities have what they call minimum academic standards. And if you do a Google of minimum academic standards, you will see that a new set has just been introduced in the university just this past week. Just Google minimum academic standards universities, and you will see that just this past week, a new set of curriculum in the universities have been established for the university. So it's not as if our curriculum are static, okay? But I agree with you that we need to have a better handshake between the industries and the university. One thing is that many of our industries have their headquarters abroad. And much of the research they do are done abroad. So we need to have more indigenous companies who then require our universities to work to ensure that they increase their efficiency. So if you have Cadbury or some companies abroad, they will do all their research abroad, and all they do is sell their products to us here.
All right. Very good. Man of Presi, go ahead.
Then they will require our universities to assist them.
Want me to go ahead?
Okay. So,
all right. Thanks, Prof.
Yeah,
thanks.
that's all for me.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. I'm going to pivot a little bit. I'm not going to ask you any kind of education question because a lot of people here has asked that question. I'm going to pivot a little bit to the to politics. It's about the beaver.
Yeah.
So
beaver,
can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, I'm very concerned about this beaver, which is the transmission of the virus. You know, how secure is the transference of this beaver?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I mean,
yeah, it's a simple question.
Yeah, look, it's a simple question. One of the things that is good is that at each polling unit, the announcements are made, and people at each polling unit, I was able to write the results of my polling unit. Okay? Then the beavers transmits to a general place. And NGOs too are able to see in real time the results. YAGA, for example, is an NGO, YIAGA or so. They're able to read in real time. So there are a lot of what will I say? Checks and balances now. Each time it will improve. You can see that the number of challenges, post-election challenges in court, have reduced dramatically from 1999 to 2003 to 2007 to 2010 to 2015 and so on. Reduced dramatically. That's because people now know that the results are more believable than before, and they don't need to go to court. Otherwise, because they know they will fail. Everybody now believes that there's substantial compliance. You know, it may not be 100% compliance, but there is a good understanding now by all electoral competitors that there is substantial compliance, true substantial compliance, and that if you go to court, you are just wasting your time. I think that is good. That's good enough.
So let me ask you. So you don't think there's any loophole in this?
There must be loophole. Hey, you are talking about. They talk about Yankee ingenuity. Nigeria has more ingenuity than Yankee ingenuity. There we will always find a way of trying to beat the system, but it becomes harder and harder as time goes on. Look, somebody was able to get into the Queen's Chamber in the UK despite all security concerns. So there was a loophole to get into the Queen's chamber. So there will be a loophole to get into INEC's chamber. It's just that...
there's no total... Man of Prestige, I'm a cybersecurity guy. There is no 100% security. I mean,
not at all.
Leave the professor alone.
I just want a little bit of hope, you know, that election is not going to be rigged like it used to before this beaver was introduced. You know, that's all I wanted to hear.
It will be more. Rigging cannot be completely. I mean, that is manipulation of the results cannot be totally excluded, but it will be more difficult to do so upfront, and there will be footprints left behind to trace such manipulations.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Prof. I don't know, Davidson just joined us. I don't know if you have a minute? You want to let's take his question or next time?
Yeah. I'm here. Rudolph, you are sending me my money, so I'm just still here. So.
All right, go ahead. Davidson, go ahead.
Thank you, Professor. Rudolph, thank you so much. Hope you can hear me.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Professor, regarding this academic issue we'll be facing in Nigeria, like Ulata mentioned so many things regarding strike and many others. But the aspect I just want to comment, what have you people done as a professor, vice chancellor, and lecturers across all the universities in Nigeria regarding our curriculum? Today in Nigeria, most of our university, which you are part of, we are still teaching old programming languages. There is not what we have been taught in school is not being commensurate with what is happening in the real world. Today, the world is moving towards technology, advanced AI. Mention them. How come Nigeria system is still in backward situation that our curriculum is not measuring up with what?
Davidson, let me ask you. Don't let us generalize. Where did you study in Nigeria?
Yes.
What university did you study in Nigeria?
I don't want to mention the university.
No, mention now. Are you not proud of your university? I went to Great Ife. What university did you go to?
I went to Akure.
I see. I have, as in, I study in different university, and apart from that,
give me the last one. Give me the last one you studied in.
Okay. I studied in University of Benin.
Benin.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Be sincere with us. Have you contacted Benin since the last time you left to know what their curriculum is? Or are you just making general statements? I mean, look, one of the things that Nigerians, I'm from the diaspora, one of the things Nigerians don't sometimes like are the broad brushes by diaspora that say, oh, we don't do this, we don't do that. That's number one. You do not know whether University of Benin has included cybersecurity, object-oriented programming, international computer licensing for their students. You don't know that. You just presume that it does not. That's number one. Number two, if in fact they have not done it, and you are a stakeholder in University of Benin, nothing, and that's where we diaspora come in. Nothing stops us as alumni to say, I graduated from University of Benin in 1982 in the computer science department. I found out from a student who is there now, or from a lecturer who is there now, that this is their curriculum. This curriculum is outdated. Can I come down and work with you? That is where we as diaspora can be useful, rather than us just saying that it's not. So the first thing is to establish the facts. And the second thing is for us to see where we can be helpful to change the narrative.
Okay.
Because we don't do that, we will just be complaining and nothing will change.
But sir,
Davidson, I don't know if I can follow up.
Go on,
follow up.
Sir,
follow up.
I left Nigeria not quite long. I study in Nigeria. Okay. I'm also doing my. I just finished my courses here right now in UX. The point is that I'm not just saying it because I just want to say it. Go on. I've taken a study around most of the Nigerian university, Unilag, even in UI, you even mentioned. I have friends studying there, and many other universities across the nation. I say in computer science department in Nigerian university, students they don't have computer. What are people going to say? No lab.
Hold on.
Even lecturers don't know how to write a programming languages. I'm telling the truth. I'm saying this.
Okay. Fine. I will take you up.
All right.
In 6 months' time, in 6 months' time, Davidson, my email address is alukome@gmail.com. In 6 months' time, contact me, alukome@gmail.com.
computer science curriculum in Nigeria. I also know that when you change a curriculum, you should also train the trainers. And there should be a program to retrain the professors in the new syllabus that they're asked to do. I will actually find out the new basic curriculum for.
All right.
And Rudolph can discuss it on his program at one point.
All right, that's good. We'll do that.
That's how. Look, that is how we can improve the country, by critical analysis and follow up, so that we can improve things. Yeah.
So first thing, I went to, as you were talking about updated curriculum, I actually went to fact check the professor, and he's right. Back in my day, a course called CSC 201, programming language, was Fortran. They used to teach us something like Fortran. I mean, Fortran is useless. But now I went to check the same course, CSC 201, is now Python programming language. And if you know Python, you get into the market and you'll get a job with Python. So you're correct. I think we shouldn't
it cannot be even. It cannot be even.
Yeah, Calcutta, can you also
find out? Python is an OOP. So
how many computers were there?
So it will evolve. Some universities may still be lagging behind. But in general, there will be some that are ahead.
All right. Quota, go ahead. I think.
All right, sorry. Let me go straight to my question. No, my question is, how much research? Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so how much research grant are you able to attract from Nigeria, and how much research grants can you attract from abroad?
Yes.
Is the amount of grants that you're attracting, assuming you're attracting, is it sufficient enough to grow research? Because I hate the fact that Nigeria, research grants, research.
No, it's not. It's not enough. It's touch fund. It's touch fund that funds most of the research in Nigeria, and just one institution cannot fund all research in a country. I mean, private individuals, private institutions, companies, development partners, as well as government, because touch fund is government. Just one single, without touch fund in Nigeria, research will have grounded to a halt in Nigeria. So that's not good enough.
So you don't get research from Nigerian military, from Nigerian Navy, from any sort of health, because in the US, that is how you get advancement. The Army, the Navy, different government agencies, including the state, they fund research in universities. So if it's only just one institution we have, we're in trouble.
All right, I think probably his internet is frozen. Let's see what we can, while we wait for him to.
Hello, Rudolph, I'll take one more question.
Okay, one more question. That will be from me. I just did a Google search of when I first encountered you. It was January 15th, 2000, 23 years
really?
ago. I wrote
exactly 23 years ago.
Yes. I wrote an article on Nigeria World called "The Trouble with Yorubas."
Yes.
Before then, I wrote "The Trouble with Igbos." So everybody in the country, other than Igbo people, they were praising me. They liked it. So you are the only good Igbo man in the world. Then I wrote the trouble with Yorubas, and you wrote a rejoinder. I think you wrote maybe 2 rejoinders in 1 hour. So I don't know, but you wrote a rejoinder to my piece, and that was the first time I think I responded to you. But that was the first time we had that interaction.
Okay, I don't remember that.
I know you won't remember, but I wanted to ask you, looking at the conversation, I know you were very involved that period. What has changed in communication, the language, the way you see the social media, that developed after the early days. What do you think, and where do you think that will lead us to? Not just in Nigeria, it's not just a Nigerian problem, it's also in the Western world in terms of when we discuss politics, the anger and the
I joined Nigerian social media in October of 1993. Wow. That was my first time of being a member of, I mean, you know, the June 12 had occurred. I didn't even know that there was I didn't even know that there were social groups, people talking among each other, Nigerians. So I went to a party and I just asked one guy, I said, where are Nigerians even talking? He said, there's MIT, there's MIT.edu. There was some guys were started a group with MIT.edu. So I sent him my application and I joined. At that time, you could only join certain groups, you know. Then I think Yahoo Group started, very few. And they took that as if it was almost like a country. We had a list administrator, and we even had Supreme Court and all of those. And they sometimes kick people out and suspended people for a few months, and they admitted. In fact, they kicked me out of one or two. There was an Igbo group that, you know, you remember that I was always, they called me an Igbo hater because I always stated that I was a prophet to the Igbo, that what the Igbo person would tell them, that they would call him Ifulefu. You know, Ifulefu. I would say they can't call me Ifulefu, so they just call me Igbo hater, but I would state what was supposed to be stated. So until it became democratic, you know, if they kick you out of one, you can form your own group and anybody can join, and it became free for all. Okay, so you can just form your own way. So one of the things that has happened in the Nigerian cyberspace is that it has become free for all. Anybody can form his own group, and one person can send a message to 1,000 groups. And if one person in that group responds to him, then the people in that group can start to respond to his statement, even if he's not a member of that group. Okay, that's one way of getting into places. So, but the level of abuse too has increased tremendously. When social media started, you could trace the IP address of a person to his university. Now you can't do that. So there are a lot of people who are writing anonymously. They are not using their names, so they can write anyhow. So the space has become very chaotic, and people just abuse. And a person who says he's a Menike may not be a Menike. It may be Ayola. Okay? So there are a lot of people who are masking under different ethnic names, aliases, and using that to cause confusion. And you will never be able to trace them. So you just have to forget about the name of the person and concentrate on what he's saying. So what has happened is that over the years, you have been forced to concentrate on the message rather than the messenger, because now you know that the name of the writer, it may not be his real name at all. In fact, most people don't use it's only people like ourselves who use our real names.
most people don't use their real names. I have hardly ever used an alias.
Like man of prestige.
Yes, exactly. I mean, he said man of prestige. I have not. I don't care whether he's man of prestige or no prestige. I'm not asking him his name. All I'm concerned with is what he has to ask.
I'm a Nigerian.
I can't prove that, but that's an example. For example,
but sir,
in the early days, I will not talk to him. I'll say, well, "What's your name? Where are you from?" You know. But it has become norm for people to choose how they represent themselves in cyber ground space. If you don't understand that the cyberspace, a person in cyberspace can choose several identities than what he is in real life. There was one time, I'm sure Rudolph, you remember there was one guy, the same guy, he had 3 names. He was an Igbo, he had an Igbo name, he had a Yoruba name, he had an Hausa name, the same guy. And he was roiling the entire cyberspace, Nigerian cyberspace, until we traced his IP address to know he was the same person. So that is what I have learned over the period, that we have moved from a very restricted, undemocratic cyberspace to a very open and open cyberspace. But that has been subject to abuse. And it's what can I say? I've taken a lot of abuse. Rudolph, you know that I've taken a lot of abuse in cyberspace.
And also, let me just say this. Let me say this while you're here, because I use this as an example. I point at some other professors. Then you were at Howard University, and I point at some other professors who feel that that all these small people, small boys are making noise on the internet. They are beneath them. I said you have to get involved and engage these people. Otherwise, the narrative, whatever you have, whatever knowledge you have, that you should come and talk to people and get involved in that conversation. So I thank you for that, and I'm happy.
That's the role of a public intellectual. The role of a public intellectual is to take issues and explain them properly to people. You are not you restrict yourself if you are just a classroom intellectual. The public intellectual's role, I see myself as a chemical engineering professor, and I teach chemical engineering in class, but I also want to use the analytical skills of a chemical engineer in the political and social space to explain things in a systemic manner. That's what I do. I don't tire today, so Rudolph.
Okay, good. You can hear me. All right. So Thank you so much, Professor Aluko. Thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully we will get to talk to you again down the road. And we appreciate your time.
Sure.
All right. So
thank you very much, everybody. Mr. Prestige, Mr. Ebenezer,
yes, sir.
Mr. Darth Vader. Who else?
CM.
Rudolph. CM.
And Okija.
Take care of yourself. It was a pleasure of talking to you.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you so much. We take a break now. We're back.
Prof, nice to meet you again. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
No problem.
All right. So we will review things. Thank you guys for joining. It's not easy. I can't do this alone. I always count on you guys to ask questions. Oh, Prof, we are done. We are just reviewing things now.
Okay, very good. Okay, so I will leave now.
Yeah, just
how do
click
I leave? I just
click on the leave leave studio.
Prof, enjoy your pounded yam as Ekiti.
I will try.
Enjoy your pounded yam.
I shall try.
I can also remove you if you want me. Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can do that. Yeah, because sometimes it's a problem. All right, I think it's out. Yeah.
I like
okay.
the man, Jare.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. It's not. I count on you guys.
Dr. Damages, are you sure your memory is okay?
What do you mean?
I decided to join. When I was just listening when you said when you Professor 2000, the year 2000, Professor Aluko.
Yeah, I just googled it. I didn't even know. I just googled.
But we were on Nigerian Village Square before 2000.
2000 was Nigeria World, not Nigeria. Nigeria came after Nigeria World. Yeah. So I was talking about Nigerian World.
Oh, okay. I thought we started Nigerian World at I think 1999 or 1999.
I'm not saying that was when I started. I just said that was when
Nigerian World.
Yeah, because I remember he used to cuss me out on Nigerian World. We used to argue.
Yeah, there were so many fights, and then. Yeah.
Oh, Okija, were you on Nigerian World? I was in Australia at that time, and it was really a good source for me.
I was in Dibo on Nigerian
I think
World.
I first saw Rudolph there, but I didn't know who he was.
It was very interesting.
Hey, Rudolph, by the way, I also attended an FUT, okay?
Where? Which one?
Mina,
okay, that's small one. It's not
I read electrical computer. Yeah.
I see the list of universities doing well, top universities in Nigeria. I don't see Mina. I see Akure.
Yeah. No, it doesn't determine how much you and I get today.
I know. I'm just kidding. Yeah, but it's interesting, the history. I wanted to bring it up when Professor Aluko was talking. The history of that university. I met the minister who established it. We are still live, so you guys should be careful what you say. I met a minister who established the under Shagari, the Federal University of Technology. So he told me something connected to what we were discussing about quota system and number of students trying to get to universities. So this minister told me that he looked at JAMB exam results, and he found out that most students from basically Imo State then where they were the top students, but they couldn't get into universities because in the East then there was only University of Nigeria and Nsukka. So he went to Shagari and said to Shagari that, look at the statistics of JAMB. There's need to build a university in the East, another university, so that some of these students could get into universities because they're having difficulties getting into maybe Ibadan or Ife or Ahmadu Bello. And Shagari told him, okay, you can talk during the executive council meeting.
Catchment.
Catchment. Yeah, there are catchment issues. Yeah. So he went to the executive council meeting and he talked about it, and they shouted down at him, like, what are you trying to build? University of Technology in the East. You guys want to build Obunigwe and stuff like that. So after the meeting, he said Shagari called him back and said, look, that's not how to present things in Nigeria. That what you have to do is that next time you come back, you have to say, you have this idea to present university, to build universities of technology in Nigeria, and that one should be in the East, one should be in the West, and one should be in the North. And that was what he did the next time, and they approved it. And that was how they had Futa, Mina, Akure.
It was five. It was five.
It was only 3 at the beginning.
No, the one in Wukari, they distributed it practically all the 6 zones.
The one in where? There are only 3 when I was.
FUT?
Not now. There are more than 3. But then it was only 3.
Yeah, the first ones were 3.
That's what I'm saying. That first one was what I'm talking about. How Yeah.
And when did you finish? Let me see now.
No, I'm not telling you when I You were not in school that time. You were not in school that time.
I finished 94. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, I left 91. All right. So what do you guys think? Akija, why did you come in? You came in late.
No, actually, I was listening to what he was saying, and I think, yeah, sometimes, we criticize, we don't say, we don't like, try to contribute. You don't have to be there to contribute. Like but I have a friend, actually, I went to Unizik, and he went to Unizik too. And, but, a set, behind me, so we became friends. I gave, like my handout, I passed my handout to him, things like that. But then he's into the he's a dean in one of the universities in the East. And we still talk, and this time they started this idea of doing they want to get involved. The school, they want to get department, the sciences, they want to get involved in science and engineering. They want to get involved in doing an electric vehicle and all those things. And I talked to him, so why do you want to waste? They were trying to come up with a strategy and then money also. I said, why do you want to waste your time there? You can't compete with Elon Musk and Japanese and people Ford and all those big people into electric vehicles. Why not something you can do? Go into AI. Teach students IT. Go in basic IT, programming. Just like build a hub like MTI India. Is it Indian Institute of Technology, IIT India? There is a big hub. Most of these guys, these Indian people who are in Silicon Valley, most of them, they went to IIT. So why not just build something like that instead of trying to compete? So I looked at it and said, okay, any suggestion? What? So I started linking him with I do my research, linking him, talk to these guys. They help African universities, so things like that. We don't really have to be there. And then I remember there was a time I was trying to give books to. I mean, like here, I don't know. There's some things we do. Like it's not a big thing. Like universities here, they throw away books. I didn't know. Library, they throw away books. Somebody told me. I was like, what? So I collected over 1,000 books from different libraries and universities here. I'll give them my number. They will call me and then, we have books to throw out, and we'll take it or vehicle. They're going, take the books. So, but I wanted to give the books to my school where I went to, but he was like, I should give it to his school. So, and I ended up, because we are friends, I ended up giving it to his school. That's another thing. We can do. We don't have to you don't have to wait until you're there. Anything you can do. But then again, also, the time I went to that school, I found out those books they were yet to distribute. They were just to put in the library. They are waiting for me to come and then so that they will I said no, I don't want any of those award and all those things. Just have let the students use the books. So yeah. So anything we can do. Talk to some of your friends who are in the universities. See how you can help. See what they are doing and help out. It doesn't have to be money all the time.
All right. Thank you so much, Akija and Akija. Tim, you have something to say? Kulata.
I think now that AB is here, let us appropriate AB. AB, there's a land for you in Anambra, because I remember the last time you said you love my state. AB, so there's a land for you, whether it's on a area or it depends on Oka area, since you want to relocate. That it's for you to develop problem. Anywhere with the C of O is.
Okay, but you have to also back that up with because I'm actually planning to retire in Nigeria, and I've told my wife that it will be important to have fresh blood as well. So we are almost agreeing to that. Back it up with 2 damsels from Igbo land to take care of me.
We are live at Ebi. We know we are live.
No problem. No, okay, that's fine. Okay. Hey, we live live once.
After that judgment.
I don't care. Nobody. Okay. I don't care.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I know thief person money. So CM, if you can back it up with 2 damsels, I will. If you, I will.
We don't choose. No, you yourself. It's not for. I won't do.
I wanted to ask Professor Aluko whether they gave him a traditional title after his term as Vice Chancellor there at Otuoke.
You will by yourself, AB. I won't.
CM, your line is bad again. So, Kulata.
Okay.
So,
what do you think about
don't tie up with fish? Eat fish tire.
Answers to the questions about the university, the situation in Nigerian universities?
Well, I like the fact that it dispelled a lot of misunderstanding about the actual impact of affirmative. I mean, putting the context of the affirmative action was very important because a lot of people react to that quota system without fully thinking it through because they focus too much on the injustice part that is doing to people that are merit-based. Forgetting about that, you have to think about it for the overall good of the country, as in how do you carry people along. But I mean, there should be an expiry date for sure. But at this point in time, it's still a needed policy based on what's explained. And because
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I wanted to ask you, but my concern with that is always we've done this for 30 years, I believe, at least. And we have not seen any results. Isn't it time to try something else? So give an example. I know the way he answered that question when I asked him about what's happening in Nasarawa,
exactly,
all these states where not Nasarawa, Zamfara, where you have people going into federal government colleges with two points. If they've been getting 3, 2, 4, and they are getting in for the past 30 years, doesn't that show that we're not making any progress? Maybe
you're right.
You have to get 100. That will force people. Otherwise, nobody. That will force them to because they have the same brain.
It will force them to sit up. You're right. I mean, if you can sit down, if a kid can memorize the Quran, that kid has a massive brain.
Exactly.
So it's a culture. I mean, perhaps it's a cultural thing, and to address that, I don't know if any form of affirmative action will address that. That is just putting the wrong solution to. I mean, the wrong medicine to fix an ailment that medicine cannot fix. So perhaps I don't know if we should take it out, but perhaps more needs to be done. I think on other platforms, I've been talking about like I spent some time to review Kwakwanso as a candidate. And what worked, what didn't work. And Kwakwanso was able to kind of like get a lot of kids back into school. And reviewing what it did is the idea of a madrasa school, which is you do not try to ignore the religious aspect. Keep the Islam. You can't take it out. It's not even worth it. You can't take it. It's part and parcel of their culture. They've had Islam for God knows how long. So implementing the madrasa at least gets them to do both Western education and Islamic education. Then perhaps we won't be having people scoring 2. Maybe they'll be scoring 40, and then maybe they'll be scoring 200. I mean, back in my day, it was 200 or something that was pass marking cutoff. I mean, common entrance. I don't know if that still exists. But if that's the case, then don't throw the baby. Don't throw the baby on the bathwater. You can still keep it, but make sure you fix the fundamentals because they're not fixing the fundamentals and they're putting affirmative action. But the professor, I wasn't sure if he answered the fact that these kids that get to, do they push them all the way to tertiary institution or they don't get into
that's a good point. And did they get to, when they get into those government colleges, did they just blow up? I mean, become bright and start doing well? And now there's something else that he didn't touch on. Or they didn't have the time. He talked about that he's dying, and it's not dying a natural death. What is happening is that because most colleges now, when you go there, I think what he's saying is that when you go to UNN, basically see people from that area. When you go to FMC, so if you go to Sokoto, there won't be any. They do whatever they like now. People just do whatever they like. So Sokoto student is not fighting to go to University of Ibadan. So what it means is that he could get in there with 1 or 2, whatever score they wanted, they just use, and then we see that when we see the product, people graduating from various universities. I mean, there are so many issues in that educational system in Nigeria.
And it does not, the quota system does not end in allowing the imbalance to become balanced out of the uni. When we also get into the job market on the federal level, there's another quota system waiting again to lift these guys into, you know, so, and we seems to be happy to affirmative action in some area and deformative action in some other areas. I mean, so many imbalances within the system. You have a section of the country saying, this is what we want. We don't want to drink beer. Another part of the country, they want to drink beer. And the money from the beer does not just stop in that place. They spend the money because the beer now comes in form of money. It can be drunk. I mean, is it drink or drink? I don't know. But if it comes in liquid in the green bottle, it's haram. But if you convert the beer and you go into bills, then it can be spent. You know, so. And I wanted to take electricity on. You know, he marked electricity. Electricity is good energy, right? But he said that he does not believe in separatism and all that.
Yeah.
And they are nonsense. I thought I wanted to take him on that, but he left. So if you are here in electricity, one day let's talk on this, Dr. Damasis, on why you know, you think that those who think that they should be on their own or who want to separate are talking nonsense.
Yeah. Wembasi, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudy. Thank you, guys. I came at the back end of it, and I think the professor was a very good guest on the show today. Unfortunately, I was not there to ask questions, but I was very impressed with the answers he gave. And I jumped on when we talked about affirmative action here in Nigeria. So first of all, I live here in the US, for those of you who do not know. So sometimes we join the struggles here and we ask for fairness, you know, on behalf of minorities and blacks, you know, and we piggyback on that. And in most cases, we enjoy the benefits of the affirmative action here. And then when we talk about Nigeria, we turn around and like, no, it ain't fair. I think now we need that affirmative action in Nigeria more than we needed it, you know, 30, 40, 50 years ago because of what we're experiencing. It is more than obvious now that we still have to carry the North along in Nigeria because of the insurgencies that we've seen. And I don't want to take the credit for this. Somebody wrote in the 90s, you know, after June 12, you know, he was asked by North African why the South has not gone to war. And he answered that most Southern young men who could have carried arms are in university. Like in my family, there were three boys. And everybody at some point, we all seven of us were in school. And those are not the children that the parents would encourage to carry arms and go to war. But look at the North. Why are there available soldiers or arms bearers for kidnappers, Boko Haram, and every other group that is agitating in that area? It's because there is no education. People do not have a future. I mean, the future is just what you see, what you eat at the moment. And that's what we need to reverse. So we have to more now than ever, you know, support that affirmative action. But the thing I'm I'm going to pivot about is, when we talk of education, suddenly we are talking about university degrees. And practically in this country, I mean, we see, sometimes you wear your suit and tie, and the person picking your garbage makes more money than you. I've befriended. I have a friend who drives a garbage truck, and I know I am amazed how much he makes. Very competitive salary with mine. But that's what we need to push instead of, let the exceptional few, after high school, make it to universities and make it, in life. But we need to push the Northerners to participate first in very practical education, and then the rest will follow. They have very brilliant minds. I schooled with some of them at Federal Government College, Ekiti. And some, just like some Southerners were not so brilliant, so their education stopped at Federal, and then they went on. I've said it on this one last point. I've said it on this program before that I think the problem is that the few educated Northerners, they always merge into the political class, and then they don't do the kind of agitation and contribution that would uplift other Northerners into where the path they took. Thank you.
All right. When I wanted to point out that I don't think there's any threats to quota system or any of this affirmative action in Nigeria. It's not going to stop. The question
I think the problem is the plan.
CM, we can't hear you.
We need to buy something for CM.
You have to do GoFundMe
every week.
GoFundMe
for CM.
For CM.
No, this thing doesn't usually happen. I don't know why suddenly.
Change your service, change your internet plan. Okay, I'm gonna give you $5. Change your internet plan. Other people contribute.
Even you are not look at you.
All right. When I was saying that there's no threats to the end of
there is, Rudy. I will disagree. It is the level of discontentment by the Southerners. I mean, other groups and people are, very angry more now than ever when this issue comes into discussion. At the government level, I don't think there's a threat. But if we keep, some people, keep agitating, they may make it a problem, and they may want to change it if they're in power, and that will not help anybody.
Okay. The other part of it is also, if you look at the past, like someone like Atiku Abubakar, he went to school. He told the story and his public knowledge because he was forced to go to school. The colonial government forced his father to send him to school, and that appears to be what works for that class, because the elite, they still go to school, their children still go to school despite everything. In fact, they go to the best schools in the world. We're only talking about children of the poor who do not have the opportunity to go to school in the north. They have facilities, like they still get support from their government. Most southern states gave up on that. I don't know how many states are still paying for people to go to universities in the south. So, but it's an important conversation to have. Most of the time we talk about politics all the time, but there are issues that are more important than elections and voting and who is the president.
Well, everything hinges on that.
Yeah.
Not really. Not education. Not education to better part. Education is mostly at the state level.
Yeah.
Okay.
But when it comes to education, come to school, they know there's a quota system. But when it comes to political appointment, in defense, you don't apply that quota system. You know, when it comes to police force or whatever, putting people into the police force, you don't abide by that.
No, Okija, let me tell you, I've seen that police recruitment. They complain openly that people in the East are not joining, and they throw it back at people in the East, and they say, tomorrow you don't have an IG of police, and you say, why don't you have an IG? Now we are recruiting people at the lower level. We don't see anybody trying to join. So there's an issue with that. It's not that straightforward.
My father used to swear. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, what they do, they already filled it up, and when you come, you don't get in. People are complaining.
Same thing in the military.
A friend of mine who applied in the army, then the officer's course, because he went to university, he did political science, and then applied. He was, two of them, they were doing all those things, and then they eventually they didn't, they didn't recruit them. So what they do, they tell you all these things, they post all those things, come in, and it's filled up already. You hear people, some police people, they complain, they bring people from the north, people who didn't go to school. Some governors will bring about 500 people. They'll fill the police post. They will advertise, and then when you come, they tell you, you have no place, filled up.
Yes.
So all those things they're telling you. There are a lot of people in the East, who apply it.
In the military, you want to go to NDA, you don't get a letter from another named general or something. You are doomed, even if you are a first class grade.
But we have these people too. We have generals from the south. We have generals from the south.
How much influence? How much influence? It's a total imbalance when it comes to the influence that the North is got in the military and the police and the customs and immigrations. And all this grew from this affirmative BS. As far as I'm concerned, I don't like it, because it is leaving some of the truth, the bitter truth of really building a nation and trying to fix it through the back door. That's my impression.
All right. Let me go to Davidson. I wanted to know if it's okay with you. When did you leave Nigeria? The question you asked about computer studies. What year?
Just less than 2 years.
Less than 2 years. Okay. And you left immediately you finished school?
Not really. I finished. I did even another advanced degree before leaving.
Okay. No.
And the main reason why I was even saying most of all this Vice Chancellor in Nigerian University, that's why I never wanted to mention it specifically. It cut across all the Nigerian University. All these Vice Chancellor or whatever, they all majority of them went to school abroad. Go and check our educational system. What they use in grading people in Nigeria education, once you are able to cram, you write the exam, you get A. Then they'll give you first class, they give you 2-1. They say you are very okay, you are brilliant. Meanwhile, in the Western world, they don't even care about your exam. You can even write your exam in your house. Are you getting my point? Then assignment alone. Go and ask people studying here in the US. They'll be crying because of assignment. And the more you do assignment, the more you learn. But in Nigeria, what they just need to do, they now base 70% on the final exam. Meanwhile, you don't even need to go to school. You can just come a month to exam, get your hand out, just get your thing, you read and cram. At the end of the day, you make first class, or you make 2-1, or you make 2-2, as the case may be. These are what these professors are doing. Are you getting my point? There is no correlation. And Rudolph, we have many talented lecturers in Nigerian university across all the nations. And there are so many leakages, and there's no correlation. Like Ulata said, they said that 201, they changed it to Python. These are called, they just taught it at the elementary level. That is the end of it. No continuation. No continuation. We have mathematicians. Mathematics today is the bedrock of AI. Statistics is probability. That's what they use in the field of artificial intelligence and all of that. How is Nigeria be transforming all this knowledge in real world? At the end they will graduate, and then they will become unemployable. We have to pay money to maybe other body to go and learn. See, these professors, the lecturers, they are the one making rules and regulations in Nigerian university. they should be held responsible, not just at the federal government, this VCs and whatever. That's just my opinion. That is where I'm angry, and I'm still angry with them till tomorrow.
Okay, Davison, let me respond to you this way. I heard your question, and I think the professor answered your question very well. First of all, we have to contribute. Since you could not mention names, I will mention names. I had Dr. Mrs. or Professor Comfort Ekpo. She later became the VC of University of Uyo. She supervised my project for my bachelor's. When my friends were done in 2 months, she held my feet to the fire for 11 months. I could not complete my project. She's Oxford trained, and she told me if I do not measure up to, the best, she would not let me go. Guess what? We were 11 students that were awarded A in project. And when your project is awarded A, the faculty had to review. 11 of us went into review. Mine alone came back as an A. Okay? So I had people like that. I had people like Udo Okpong. He used to lecture in Oxford and then come and teach in the University of Uyo because he would tell us he had to come and give back to home. So there are people who do that well. And then the problem, yes, bad students get away with, succeeding in Nigerian universities. And sometimes when you come abroad, those people who come to school, drop their things in the hostel, and then they come back, they write these 2 term papers or 1 term paper and write exam and pass, they struggle here. The people who actually take their studies seriously, back home, when they come, they excel. And just on the average, Nigerians do better here. And we can't just say our system is, that terrible if we come abroad and prove ourselves. Because
I disagree with you, Wayne. You see, you are mixing up individual ability with total system failure. In fact, you sounded like a man who say he's voting and rooting for Tinubu because Tinubu pay for his medical whatever. That is how it stands. I mean, what Davison is saying is 1,200% correct. We have a systemic. Let's pick that. Your professor who came. I also have Professor Sanusi who came to teach us control systems, and the way he taught it was almost everybody in the class almost had A. The minimum was, I think, B, just because of his individual approach. As soon as they frustrated Professor Sanusi, who came from University of Pennsylvania or something like that back then in 1992, when I was in 300 level. So we have individuals. We in Canada here, we have, I mean, Professor Dora Kuyele's daughter is now the medical director of for an hospital. Does that translate to a good medical system, chunking out, individually? We are great people. We are intelligent people. Other African countries, testify to this. But as a system, we're still not getting it right. That's what Davison is saying. Davison can also have an uncle who will have helped him and make sure he makes him to do this and all that. If you go to another university, will you find that good man who came from the US and who happened to have the opportunity to do that? Because some good professors even come from abroad, Nigerians, who they choke, the system will choke them, they will run back.
That's true.
That's what we should face. As an individual, there's no question. We are great people, intelligent people, so
maybe two things can be true at the same time. So individual, and I'm just saying as a whole, I usually look at the Nigerian system of education because it's not totally 100% controlled by politicians. That's that system that has struggled to survive and has some kind of form of relevance. Like if you and Davison and I and our moderator here can come here and excel. I mean, it's a little bit above individual ability, little bit above. There's a culture of I don't, for lack of a better term, seriousness, and it's something that I try to inculcate in my son. He can be very cavalier about his studies or his grades, and back home, I mean, from SS1, class 4, how serious were you? You start talking about JAM, you start talking about the university choices, people get very serious. So there's something about that culture. It's not just about individual ability that helps
you're right,
us.
Wayne. I'm not completely discarding your point. Let me give you an example. Some new family, they just migrated a couple of years ago to Canada. And those kids were a bit, maybe a couple of years older than my kids. And of course, Nigerian school is way faster age-wise compared to here. And my kids, are still in lower grades. So when they came, one of these Xmas, I think 2018, 2017, the kids, of course, come together. Kids like to interact. And those ones were saying, I'm in class this and that, and they were older. And then they start, they were just few months here, the Nigerian kids, and they start interacting. And because of the approach of the education here, just like Davidson said, it's all about application. It's all about ability to interpret, not just put it on your head, but what does it translate to in practical sense? So one of my older kids started engaging the older kid who is older than her, and Bobo began bustle when she was explaining simple some mathematical things in practical terms, and the other one was looking like that, and she just the new lady just shut up and was a bit depressed, and the mom had to call us after that it was not a good experience for our daughter, because she is deemed the best in her class in school in Nigeria, but a younger person in lower grade, it just burst our bubble, and and then we laughed over it that it's the approach of the education. I mean, she do 8 times 8, this 9 times this. My daughters could not do that, but my daughters could break it into more practical terms that she was never taught, so that's what we're saying. And and it is the latter, which is the application, applied sciences, that actually brings manufacturing, that brings development. It is not the right, and that's why we are where we are.
And that's why I brought the question about research, because all this research, that's where the practical application comes from.
Yes.
Because my dad, retired professor, told me that, when they go to school in England, that when it comes to memorizing and everything, it's going to top every single student. But now when they get into the lab, that's where you see the difference from the background, that the people in England were way advanced in research and group work. But the African students could memorize every single thing and dump it back to you. So if you don't inculcate research is not a small thing in university. It's not just about lecturers teaching you this theory, that theory. What about the application of those theory? What about testing the theory? What about new hypotheses? What about things like that? So without funding, without research funding from private institution and government, if you don't take it seriously, your education is just full. I mean, there's rigor in Nigerian education, though. Let's not joke. There's rigor in there. You cram, you do this, you do that. But whenever you get exposed to abroad, there's a teething time that you need to catch up. But once you catch up, you may best then. But our foundation, especially for people still staying in Nigeria, we will not be able to produce people that think. We'll just be able to produce people that can regurgitate whatever nonsense that is passed to them.
Oh, sorry. There's a joke Frank Arinze said when he had that news magazine program. I've forgotten what it was called. On NTA, who remembers Frank Arinze? Or is it Arinze? On NTA. He used to come out on Sunday, and he would say a joke at the end of the program. And I thought it was funny until recently. And then I said, wow, that was not even funny. He was talking about the average Igbo person that an Igbo boy was asked was 7 plus 7, and he could not answer. So the questioner rephrased the question and said, what is 7 naira plus 7 naira? And he said, oh, guy, why you not talk that one before now? Easy. Now 14 naira. Okay, so, and sometimes we forget why we learn. Okay, you learn these numbers so that you can count money. You can write programs and so on. So that's Nigeria for you. So you laugh at the person who can calculate that 7 naira plus 7 naira is 14 naira, and the person who just knows that 7 plus 7 is 14 with no practical application is a brilliant one. And I think that's what we have to change. And maybe I struggle with teaching my son mathematics for the same reason you explained. Rudy, what do they call that system now? They want the oh goodness, the one New York adopted that was driving everybody crazy.
Oh, common core.
Common core. It's common core.
Yeah. No, the first thing I think, and just like, is he still with us? Oh, Davidson, yeah. You know, I was worried when you were asking that question, because I used to argue that we have to start with writing our own books, even the science books. And I was told that it's been a long time I was in high school, so that they now use books written by Nigerians. Because when we were in school, we were using Nelcon and all these English books. And they are talking about a train traveling at 50 kilometers per hour, going from London to Manchester. I have no idea. I've never been in a train. I don't know how the train moves. And it would have been good if you said to me something I've seen, a goat moving at this speed. You know, I will appreciate that. And I know a lot of people dropped out of science because everything, all the references were nothing they could relate to. If they talk about chemicals, you know, we don't see the chemicals. We don't, some schools, like people like us that went to village schools, there were no lab. You don't even see a lab until WAEC time comes. Then they prepare an emergency lab for you to know how to do the practical in WAEC, you know. So and I'm sure there are still some schools like that all over Nigeria. And it will help to make sure that the books, some people are even pushing that we should teach in our local languages. That's a different topic. But
I think they've adopted it though. They've adopted it recently. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So those things are important because Austin, I know you are teaching somewhere. What is your experience like?
You mean teaching this part of the world?
Yeah, compared to how you were taught in Nigeria.
I think I have a bitter-sweet taste here. Because as Quota rightly said, I'll tell you the truth. No matter, I'll compare the university section. No matter how you want to see it, I think those theory they used to keep on us and the rest, somehow they helped. Because if you come here and when you come, you struggle with the practicals. But once you have the practicals at your beck and call, you become the best in the class. Because you have both the theory and the practicals. The people here may not have much of the theory. They may teach them mostly the practical stuff. I taught students. I taught students. Oh, come on, let me see. I taught students And I'll tell you, most of the students prefer to come to my class because I use the Nigerian method of teaching to teach them. I try to break it down to the least thing. In such a situation that, we have we teach the same course. I teach the same course. Man of Prestige teaches the same course. Man of Prestige is a white person and teaches with the way they do it here. But for me, I was taught in a situation where the student doesn't know anything. So I bring it down to the level of the students. And sometimes they'll say, okay, please, we want to attend this person's class. We want to attend this person's class. So I think that the theory is very important, because once you give them the background of the theory, the same way we're given, and they now have the level of the practicals, they understand pretty well. So it is here that I appreciate most of the theory I've learned, because when I started my research, I had some little things with the practicals. But when I had a firm grip of the practicals, I felt I was better than even those who have been there for years. So that is one good thing about it. But there's one thing I always knock Nigerians when look, I'm the type that likes education a lot. I love education too much, in such a way that if I'm asked to become, like now this election, I want to become the president, I will tackle education more. One thing I don't like about Nigeria is that, especially in the university system, we don't hire the best hands which are available. We don't. It is you who knows you who knows you. I would challenge you. Maybe let me even challenge those who are the vice chancellors. Look at the junior lecturers. Their parents were professors. Did they transfer academic excellence in genes? Do they transfer it? With my knowledge in biochemistry and biology, I don't think that is transferred in the genes. But go to some universities, if you like, let me call names. Go to some universities, you see a junior lecturer whose father was a professor. Because they don't want to retire and go back to their village or in their village in Oko here. They will prefer to make their children lecturers. Okay, let me tell you something. I was coming back, I did my MSc somewhere. I was coming back from school with a girl, my classmate were talking. So we had these two people talking. They were just young lecturers. The first one told the other one, guy, say they give me MCB 201 to teach. You know how I suffered to pass that course? I don't know which I go teach them on. Now the other one turned, looked the guy and said, well, why you need to waste your time to teach them? Just go write the topic for both. It has been taught. The thing boiling inside my heart. You see, somebody who did not pass MCB 201 is now being asked to teach MCB 201 in a renowned university. You can imagine. Look, in Nigeria, we know our best brains, but we don't like them. We prefer one person who we know doesn't know anything, comes to school with a big Mariboro cap and hitting the car and only knows how to jump around. That's the only thing we know. If you decide to make academics the way it is, create a lot of jobs, I'll tell you, those who remain in the academic sector in Nigeria will be just 40%, 60% will go to other jobs. I will tell you the truth, because most of those, I have been in the university from the day I graduated in 2014. I was being told to come and work. I see a lot of people in the academic sector who are not passionate for the job. They are just there because there is money to be gotten from bribes or gotten from one or two things. That is just what I have to say. If you make people who like book, when I stay here, only 30% or 35% will remain in that school. I'm telling you the truth.
Interesting. Yeah, I think sometimes we want to isolate any particular sector of the country or industry, that thinking that it won't suffer from what Nigeria as a country is suffering from. It's not true. They all go through the same thing. It's all about people. It's the same people, the same pressure, the same factors. So that's what I think. Any other person has any other inputs on this topic? I know that it's not the kind of topic that gets people excited, and people were fighting here yesterday. Nobody's fighting over education.
Well, this gets me excited, and that's why you see me after a long time.
Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I'm getting a lot of information from here because I didn't go to school in Nigeria. I came here.
Wait. Hold on. You didn't go to school in Nigeria. What do you mean by that?
No, I came here at the age of 18. Okay. So my point is that I'm not very, feasible with Nigerian, colleges. So I'm getting some more information how things, how the university in Nigeria is being run. So I'm enjoying the program. So it's very enlightening. So I didn't go to school in Nigeria. I'm in colleges. So yeah.
Okay, but you did high school in Nigeria.
Yeah, in Lagos, of course. So it really helped me when I came here because
most of the prerequisites were pretty much easy, you know, like equation and other kind of things. You know, it was very easy when I came here for me. So I think Nigeria education, you know, in terms of where I went to school, you know, I mean, I went to St. Gregory, so in Lagos, so it was very good for me.
Is that a good school?
St. Gregory's?
That's a good school. It's a good school. It's a good school.
I'm just kidding. I know. But a smoky body there too, you know.
Whatever. We had a good curriculum, you know, so it was good at that time. So it really helped me, you know. It was very easy for me, you know, particularly my curriculum level, you know, my bachelor, you know, level too. So yeah. So that's why I'm not contributing, but I'm enjoying it. Okay, it's very enlightening.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So that's good. Every now and then we bring people like Professor Aluko to come and share their opinions, and it may not be the kind of topic that people embrace. There are some other people that are coming in. I said Shore is coming in next Sunday for those who are interested in talking to him. On Saturday, I'm bringing an expert from South Africa who will talk about this election. He's a computer expert and he knows a lot about what's at stake. And also the chairman of the World Igbo Congress will be here to talk about the Igbo, the insecurity in the Southeast, and time on Eba and everything else going on, you know. So that will be interesting. But if you have a guest that you think will be interesting and you want us to have the guest and you have the contact, you can reach out to me at drdamages@gmail.com. We want to make sure that we're hearing from people, especially people who have something interesting to say. I'm also interested in talking to young people. We have to expand this so that it's not just about old people. Abby, there's one young girl in Canada who did a TikTok where she was basically challenging African parents abroad. I'm looking for her.
I can try to.
I'm sure you know the person I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know the lady.
That TikTok
I don't know her physically, but I know the video.
No, I don't, they're gonna eat her alive here. They're gonna eat her alive. She has foul mouth.
That TikTok was an attack on our own generation. I mean,
yeah, I don't care. I want her here. I want her
did you have her in spoiling Nigeria? We inherited it. And
she's going to have the patience to answer the questions, and then yeah.
I want her here by all means. Anyway.
Well, I support what she says. I'm focused on the content. I have two things, Dr. Jabeges. How far with you need to bring Peter Gregory Okwute?
His people, they don't want him to come. I don't think it's about him. I've tried everything. It's not, but there's a chance. I'm just keeping it under wraps. So let's see. The problem is that he hasn't been able to escape.
He's been busy. He's been busy.
Yeah. So there was a plan that I was going to kind of ambush him in America, but he's not coming. It's not coming again.
The other thing I want to ask you is where's Chido?
Oh, Chido is on assignment. He's writing a book.
Okay.
Yeah, so he doesn't think that this will disrupt his. Yeah, he's writing a book. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if we are staying more, but
no, I'm done. I think we are done. Unless
Rudy, I had something to say.
Okay, go ahead.
I think we should have your say retreat where we can meet in person.
Let's get to 1 year first. So after the election, we will have time for those kind of things. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, after the election,
where we can meet in person in Canada, because I know where Wayne is planning.
Okay. Canada. I've never been to Canada, so
I would love to come to Canada, man.
That would be good, and I think Canada is cheaper than the US. So.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right. So Austin,
have a good one.
Yes. All right, Kulata, thank you so much, and I will see you guys on Saturday. Austin, you want to say something?
Yes, I don't know. I'll send you a message on this. A question I wanted to ask you. I'll send you a message on Twitter.
Okay. All right. No problem. Okay. All right. See you guys.
All right, guys. Bye.